What is up, super fam and bro vengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today, we are finishing our From Watcher to Readers series. This has been Series 1, I think is a good thing to call it. From Watcher to Readers, Series 1 is officially going to be over today. We have finished The Wheel of Time, Book 1, Eye of the World, and we had a magnificent time. We're going to talk about it. We're going to nerd out about it. We're going to review it. We're going to do all those things, and then we're going to just go all the way in with it, and then also talk about what we're going to be doing for our next From Watcher to Reader series that should be coming to you guys very, very soon. This has been an amazing series that we have been able to partake in together. It's just been so much fun. I have enjoyed it every step of the way, and I am excited to be able to continue it tonight, or end it tonight, end part of this journey tonight. It is only the end of a portion of our journey. We're going to be continuing on this amazing journey just from here on out. And I am so excited to continue to be reading. And I really feel like this is the first book that I have ever read. You know what I mean? I don't know how else to say that, but we'll get into it a little bit more as we get deeper into the review. If you guys haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I'm partaking in at that particular time. And then you already know you can check out the podcast wherever you check out podcasts at. Type in Marvel Bros in the search bar. We'll pop up. Let's give it a listen. Give it a review. Let us know how we do. All right. And I'm really hoping in March we can also bring forth that Wheel of Time podcast that we were talking about, kind of like a subsidiary of Marvel Bros almost, that will be available in podcast form that you guys will be able to go and listen to from all of our past experiences of what we've done with Wheel of Time. And then maybe when we catch up with all of the Wheel of Time content on the podcast, we might even start something new to go on that podcast and talk about. But who knows? I'm just saying it's a possibility. We're going to be, of course, you guys know how we do things around here. We talk to you guys. We talk to chat. We have a good time. And we're going to continue that tonight. We're going to be talking to chat. We're going to be talking about how we feel. I don't know if we can do like I don't know if we could do like a chapter by chapter review, but I think it would be dope to go back and then review like kind of all the sections that we did in this 10-part series. You know what I mean by like, whoa. And what I mean by that is checking out, whatever the first segment of chapters was that we did and so on. I think we did about 9 segments this is the 10th episode, so technically we did 10 segments for this series, right? We did 10 episodes, right? I mean, let me just say episodes. I'm just going to talk about it like seasons, right? But we're going to call it a series. So From Watcher to Reader, Series 1, Parts 1 through 10. So we did 10 parts of this series. There we go. Lord, I couldn't find the wording, but I found it now. We did 10 parts of this series, so I think we can go back and kind of review each part of like, hey, this part of the book was pretty dope. I really didn't know how I was feeling around here. And then go versus part 10 and how we felt there. I think it'll be really awesome to do that. And then also, I just recently downloaded either Goodreads or Bookly. Actually, I downloaded both of those. So then at the end, once we get to the end of this, I'll go into Goodreads, kind of make my account and stuff, and then kind of write out my full review of how I feel about the book once I have all my thoughts out with you guys. I think that would kind of be a cool way to kind of end it all as well. And then continue. And then I think it would also be awesome for my first thing on Goodreads or Bookly or whatever the hell we use. I think I'm just going to use Goodreads. If you guys know about either of those, Goodreads or Bookly, please let me know. But, I think that would be a dope way to end it. So those are kind of our, I guess, announcements, for lack of better words, hear ye type of thing. Let's jump into chat now and see how everyone is doing. And definitely let me know how you guys feel about this angle and me holding the mic and talking like this. This is something new that I'm trying to do around here. I like standing up. I sit down all day for work, so being able to like stand up and kind of talk It helps, and it helps keep the mind flowing. I'm not gonna lie, it definitely keeps the mind flowing. And I know it's a little weird and jarring, and I might need to kind of zoom in a little bit. I don't know. Let me know how you guys are feeling about the whole little view that we have here. Do I sound good? Like, let me know how we doing, ladies and gentlemen. All right. With all that being said, again, let's jump into chat. I see you, Marisu. One thing I don't like is I gotta come like all the way over here to click the comments and like pull them up. I wish I didn't have to go all the way over there. I don't know how else I could do that. Marisu says, we going clubbing tonight. Yo, we definitely are going clubbing tonight, and I am excited to go clubbing as well. I hope everyone is pumped. Yo, it's club time, yo. It's club time. It's book club time, baby. How you doing there, MJ Daniel? How you doing, man? I hope you're having a good one as well.
Hello there.
MJ says, Wheel of Time is one of my favorite books. I have been liking the Amazon show too. I'm so happy that you've been liking the Amazon show. I know it's been very divisive in a way, but what I'll say about it when it comes to the Amazon show is I really love it, and I do have a different outlook. I don't want to say I have a different outlook on it now, but I have a different appreciation for the show. And I guess I do have a different perception of the show, not a different outlook necessarily, but my perception of the show is different, meaning I understand how some people felt, and how some people kind of were like, oh, this isn't the show. I understand it. And it helps me actually understand a lot more media. I think this is actually my first time really partaking in a book to show or a book to live action adaptation where I actually have like I know both of the pieces of content, right? Like a lot of the stuff like Narnia, Aragon, all that stuff, I just don't even count those books as being read because I literally don't even remember stuff from it. Like Artemis Fowl, like, yeah, I think I read those books, but the person that I am now, it's not the same at all. So I didn't really even retain the information from those books in the same way that I will now. So I couldn't even tell you what happens in some of those books because I just was like reading them. And maybe I was just reading them for school just to like take AR tests and stuff. I don't think I was reading them because I wanted to. I was like, damn, I got to take 15 AR tests this week. So let me go read these books so I know what to say. You feel me? Like that's kind of, oh, go ahead. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe of what that was more so. So I'm excited to kind of dive into it all a lot more and kind of see where it takes us. You know what I'm saying? Like where everything is going to take us. I know that was a quick rant, but it wouldn't be me without it. My review, it's a really good book. All right, Marisu, that's how you're starting. Okay. Hit Marisu with the taxes, please, somebody. See, I don't know how, but I need like something in my hand. Whoa, pause. I need like something to be able to control the actual computer part while I'm standing up back here. I think it's just hard to do this while I think it's hard to showcase this stuff while I'm standing. Maybe that's what the hard part is. Taxes. At Marisu. How much are dad joke taxes? I keep forgetting. I'm gonna just do 200. What's up, Rand? How you doing?
Hello there.
Just you wait till book 2. Man, I am waiting for book 2. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really hyped for book 2. For real. I am extremely excited. We could also poke through the glossary at some point if you feel like it. There's some good metaphysical bits there that you don't get explicitly in the story. Ooh, okay. I dig that. We're definitely gonna have to do that. I forgot about the glossary for sure. We're definitely gonna have to dive into the glossary. Yo, what's up with this, Sharice? How you doing? What's up, girl? I hope you're having a good night tonight. Yo, how's everybody doing? For real. What was I about to do? Shout out to Sharice for pulling up on us tonight. Shout out to everybody for pulling up on us. I'm happy to have y'all. I miss y'all. For real. Hey. Just really wait till book 4. It's gonna be forever from now. I bought a pack of 150 trading card games on eBay. They arrived today. The art is pretty cool. For what? What trading card game did you buy those for? That sounds awesome, yo. That sounds awesome. I know you're hyped going through those. Every time I see your name, I see it's cheese until I force my brain to see it's your name. It's cheese. Why would you say? Why would you tell me that? Now, like, come on, that's not. Now I gotta call Sharice cheese now. Nah, you actually might need to get your eyes checked. Like, how do you see cheese? Yo, how do you see cheese from Sharice? I think it's cool. Maybe it could be less slanted vertically. I don't know how we do that because it's up there and it has to be slanted in order to see me. But I understand what you're saying. So maybe like get it like this. You know, is that what you're saying? I have another tripod. I could try it out. Book 2 is top tier. Yo, I am so ready for book 2. I'm not gonna lie. I am extremely ready for book 2. Okay, all right, okay. Let's get into it, ladies and gents. Okay, so that has been our, I guess that was chat talk, if you want to say, you can say that's chat talk, right? So now let's get into it a little bit more. Let me sip my. Oh, wait. Okay, I have to go on a small rant before we start. Okay, a small rant. Okay, here's my small rant. And it starts like this. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you have seen the Netflix Avatar The Last Airbender series. 1 in the chat if you've seen it, 2 in the chat if you have not. Again, let me get a 1 in the chat if you have seen the Avatar, the live action Avatar The Last Airbender series on Netflix. 1 in the chat if you've seen it, 2 in the chat if you have not. Okay. You might think that this has nothing to do with Wheel of Time, but I promise you it does, okay? And what it has to do with it is I enjoyed Avatar The Last Airbender Netflix, okay? Natla. That's what I'm going to be calling it from here on out. Natla. Netflix Avatar The Last Airbender. Natla. I enjoyed Natla like a lot more than I thought I would. That's what I'll say, okay? I'm seeing some ones in the chat from you guys. Let me put that back up there. I really appreciated the show for many reasons. You can tell me how you guys feel about it as well in the chat. But I appreciated the show for many reasons. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. I won't spoil anything about the show, but I will talk about the show, okay? I'm not going to spoil anything if you haven't seen the show. I just want to know how you feel about it. And if you guys have seen the show, please keep your summary review spoiler-free in the chat for those who have not seen it yet, all right? So, I'll continue. Well, today is I think tomorrow is when the ban will be lifted because it officially will be out a week. So if you haven't binged it within by tomorrow, I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to be spoiling stuff from then on out. Thursday and on, I'm spoiling Avatar stuff. I won't do it now though. Circle back around to why I'm even talking about Avatar in the first place. The show was beautiful at times. I made a TikTok and in that TikTok I said the show is basically beautiful about 80 to 85% of the time. And I know people are having so many issues with the show narratively, right? Because of certain decisions that were made creatively. I really feel the same way that you guys have been telling me about the Wheel of Time is what they did with Natla. Meaning, when it comes to Natla, they did not adapt season 1 of Atla into season 1 of Natla. No, they have adapted the entire show of Avatar The Last Airbender into Natla. So season 1 covers many things because of that fact. So while it covers many things, it makes it seem not completely authentic to the source material, but it's strangely authentic to the source material. So I actually enjoyed it, and I think I enjoyed it so much because of Wheel of Time. And now I have read the book, and I have actually watched I have read the book and watched the show. So now I have a different opinion on both of those things coming from that background, right? So with Avatar The Last Airbender, I went into Natla with how a lot of you guys went into the Amazon Prime show for the Wheel of Time. And with that being said, I knew that before going in. I knew that was going to be the case. The creators of the Natla show, they literally came out and said, this is a remix, not a cover. We cannot get more specific than that this is not going to be, a one for one of what we expect it to be. And I think it was very foolish of us to assume so. I think we all just kind of wanted them to do that. Another comparison that I have been making is we wanted Natla to go Netflix One Piece, but instead they went Game of Thrones. I'm not sure what the reason behind that was, but it's a reason they did it nonetheless. No matter what the reason was behind it, it's done now. So, like I said, I just needed to go on a small rant because being able to see what they did with the Prime show and then being able to see what they did with Natla, it makes a lot of sense. They took the same direction of, hey, this is Avatar The Last Airbender. It's not Avatar The Last Airbender season 1. And by season 1, I mean book 1. And by book 1, I mean the animated show. It's not that, even though it is that, but it's not that. It's so weird. But I think most of you Wheel of Timers might understand what your boy is saying. That is the end of my rant. I appreciate you guys for listening. Let me know how you guys feel about Natla in the chat. Rank that 1 through 10. You can just drop the number that you would give it in the chat. I gave that show, I believe, an 8.5 or 8.3. I gave it an 8.7. Not an 8.7. I mean an 8 point something. I don't remember what that 8 point was, but it was an 8 point something because it just, it was enough, but it was lacking at the same time. So I would love to know how you guys feel about Netflix Atla. The original Wheel of Time trading card game. Oh, that's awesome. That's freaking dope, bro. That's so awesome. Definitely gonna have to drop some pictures of those in the chat. In the Discord. Welcome back, all. Yo, what's up with it, KP? Let us see you, man.
Hello there.
Bro, I'm telling you, you're this close to getting mod, brother. You're this close. You're this close. Keep up the good work, man. Keep up the good work. Definitely keep up the good work, brother. Okay, so the ones in the chat. I've only seen the first episode so far. Mari, Sue, what you doing? 5 episodes in? Okay, KP, okay. All right, I dig that. Copies Wheel of Time constantly, to be honest. Yo, that is something that Mari Sue also said. She told me a while ago, she was like, I swear the Avatar The Last Airbender showrunners, or the Atlas showrunners have read Wheel of Time because they do a lot of the same stuff. And I agree with that. Writing was rough at times, but it was solid overall. I agree. The writing was definitely rough. Unfortunately, Halo Season 2 was kind of better than the Atlas show. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you, especially with episode 4. I'm not going to lie to you. But I got to watch the entirety of the season before I can say that, like, and actually mean it. Because right now, I'm talking shit. Because Avatar was freaking amazing. The things that I saw were incredible. Writing was rough at times, but it was solid overall. Yeah. I just read that. What? I really enjoyed it, and I'm a huge fan of the animated series, books, and comics. But I think if I wasn't a big fan already, I wouldn't be that invested in the relationships. 8 episodes is not enough. Woo! You are spitting. 8 episodes definitely wasn't enough, man. Like, it wasn't even close to being enough. Especially with how much they were trying to put in there. Again, I understand what they were going for, right? Remix, not a cover, and they meant that shit. And they used. It's just. I think it was really awesome though. Like something that I really loved was the fact that even though it was a remix, not a cover, they still paid so much homage to things from the original show, and they did it and by being very. They paid homage by being beautifully creative with it, right? Like, you guys, like, this shouldn't be. I'm just gonna talk about this. Tiny, teeny, weeny little spoiler, but not a real one. You know, Hey Bye is in this, okay? Hey, and obviously because of that it takes place in the season, in the first season, and Hey Bye is like. We're not going to talk about what happens around Hey Bye, but the way Hey Bye looks is beautiful. Like, the spirit animals look incredible. They were breathtaking. Like, they were literally breathtaking. It was insane to me because they low-key looked better than Appa did. You know what I mean? And I was okay with that, strangely, because we're not going to see these weird things a lot, but when we do see them, they should look freaking awesome so we can get like our minds blown out of our skulls. And I feel like that's what happened with like how the spirit creatures looked. It was like, oh my God. And then like when you see like Ko, it's like, oh, like it gives you the creepy crawlies, but it's not like the narrative behind it though doesn't, push you forward as well. You're just mostly like appreciating how masterful everything looks. Oh man, do I want to say what I'm about to say? Natla reminds me of Rebel Moon in a lot of ways. Oh my God. Oh, I hope that doesn't go over wrong. But Natla remind me of Rebel Moons in a lot of ways. Like the creative idea was there to the maximum degree, but the execution, now that wasn't there so much so. Like that didn't get it. That wasn't there so much so. The narrative, that wasn't there so much so either. It looked beautiful. The action was awesome. The bending was like all the things were awesome, but it just lacked that storytelling that we were kind of looking for. And the big issue is you can't have something beautiful like Avatar and not go with storytelling. That is the end of my rant for Natla. I appreciate you coming to my TED Talk, or to my Bro Talk, actually. I appreciate you for coming to my Bro Talk. I don't like that either. We're gonna figure out something. My Nerd Talk? I guess that works. Strong 7.2, 8 out of 10, maybe 9. What? So I thought it was like 7.2, maybe 9. I'm tripping. 8 out of 10, maybe 9, because now I'm actually invested in Ozai of all characters. Wow, how surprising. How surprising. I love that they used lore from the Kyoshi and Yang Shin novels. Yes, that was something too. They're using all of the things, like all of the things are being used there. And I think that works really well. Giving us information we didn't have in the show. Giving us information sooner than we had in the show. It worked, but it didn't. Like, it worked, but it didn't. I feel like season 2 could be so much better now that they know what they're doing. They don't have to give us as much quote unquote fan service in order to have us on board. Like, that's kind of how I feel about this. It really sucks that we don't see shows get more episodes, over time. But like I said, thank you for coming to my nerd talk. Let's get into the actual reason why we are all here tonight, and that's book club, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for it. Let's get into it. We are going to be talking about the Wheel of Time. We're going to be breaking it down into the 10 sections that we covered as well, and then we're also going to be doing a little nerdy stuff while we go through it. So I appreciate everyone for tuning in. Let's get ready. I hope you guys sit down, buckle up, and let's get ready to rumble. And I will see you guys right after this.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Gafora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Gafora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Gafora.
That is right, yo. Gifts, the Lambs of Gafora is my own series or book or whatever you call it that I am working on. I am looking for alpha readers right now. So if any of you nerdy readers out there would like to check out the first 5 chapters of my book, I would love for you guys to do that, to do so. I do have the reader application here for y'all. Definitely check it out. The Discord is in the link as well, so go over there, fill it out if you would be willing to check out my book and all that good stuff. Okay. Now, I really enjoyed this book, you guys. I mean, every week it just was better and better, and I couldn't believe how much fun we had, right? Like I think we had so much fun, and the amount of fun, I wasn't ready for the amount of fun that we had. There we go. That's what I'm trying to say. I knew it was going to be awesome. I knew you guys were going to show up and all that good stuff, but damn, it was just great. And I knew the book would be good, but damn, like, wow. The book was so good. Like, I truthfully looked forward to reading it every week. And now I'm like, oh man, like, the book's over. You know? Like, and it gave me so much creative inspiration to dive deeper, like, into just being a nerd. And that's what it made me want to read this book even more, is I feel like it just brought out a deeper part of a nerd in me. And I talked about that before, but it's actually wild how deep it really goes for me, because the show was awesome. The show really was different. I had never seen anything like the show before either. I talk about it a lot on how I'm not really too heavy on the whole fantasy type of vibe. But I love Wheel of Time, and it really got me on board with the fantasy genre even more. And when I say I'm not for the fantasy vibe, I really mean like elves, dwarves, and like things along the lines of that. It doesn't really stand out to me. But within this book, within this series, and I know Marisu says this a lot, it's because there's not, it's like fantasy given to us in a science fiction way, right? I don't know if what I'm saying is even going to make sense, but it's fantasy that's given to us in a science fiction way. So it makes me be able to grasp everything that's going on so much more. I don't want to say simpler, but easier, yo. It's so it's so much easier to hold on to these things that are going on or to understand it as I'm listening to it. And that is because, of course, of my years of being a nerd and diving into other things. So jumping into this, it makes my nerd, it just scratches that, it scratches that theory itch, that conspiracy itch. It just gives you so much that I really wasn't prepared for. And again, I have had so much fun with that story every step of the way. And that's it's kind of insane, man. I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting, but the book was such a breath of fresh air for me. I think, and that's what really surprised me the most, is that it was a breath of fresh air. I was like, wow, I actually really like this. I actually really like what's happening here. I'm actually really invested for so many more reasons than I could have assumed. Like, what's going on? And I just appreciate it, and I appreciate you guys as well, because honestly, without y'all, I would have never even wanted to dive into it. Like Mari Sue, like I give praise to Mari Sue all the time, because she is not only the dopest mod around, but she really like was not easing up on me about reading the books, was not easing up about me diving into the lore and diving into the world of Wheel of Time. And then as she's leading me in, she's like giving me these little breadcrumbs. So I just can't. So she's like, yeah, you enjoy it, don't you? Well, you can't read the next part yet. And it was awesome to kind of enjoy the story that way and have you guys here every week as well. You guys definitely heightened the experience tremendously, because of how excited I was to even talk about it and having someone to talk about it with. It definitely went hand in hand. So I just want to, I just want to definitely put out those words of appreciation for Tamari Sue, for Sholly, and the rest of you amazing Wheel of Timers that's come through. I really miss Matt, but Matt's Dagger is another one that was coming through. My guy Rant All More. Like, a lot of you guys have been coming through so much, but it's like, this is awesome. Like, I can't wait to continue to dive into this book. It's just everything, man. It really is everything. It's going to take over my life, and I'm going to have a hard time continuing on and not being able to read the next part. For real. That's going to really bother me. But I'm not going to read it because I want to watch the show, and I don't care how long it takes, God damn it. But those are my words of appreciation to you guys. For real, it's been amazing. And now we're gonna nerd out and we're gonna dive into it even more, even deeper. I was trying to say something else other than that, but it just didn't work. So we're about to dive into it real deep. There we go. Here it is. All right, so let's start off with chapter 1 through 6. Okay, chapters 1 through 6. When it comes to chapter 1, I think, okay, actually, let's start off with the prologue. I don't need the book for the prologue. We did like a whole dedicated episode on the prologue itself, so I won't talk about that too much here. But I think the prologue in this book is the reason why people want to put prologues in books. This gave us so much information and no information at all. And I feel like that is the highlight of Wheel of Time, is Robert Jordan literally strings you along with information and baits you with awesome things. And that's what you want to be baited with. You want to be awesome baited. Pause. But it's like every step of the way you want so much more. And it's like, nope, I'm just gonna, oh, you want more? Okay. We're gonna have everybody talking for the next 5 chapters. And you're gonna be so ready to give up. And you're gonna be like, damn, it's not give up, but you're gonna be right at that point of, damn, I wish something would happen. And then you're gonna be like, no, but not this. Dear God, I didn't want this to happen. I wanted something to happen, but not this. No, like that's how it is. And I love that about the prologue, is it literally set up a wonderful it's a thirst trap. It's like, well, but it's the best type of thirst trap, I guess you could say, because it's like, yo, holy crap, this is amazing. Am I high? Am I going through a psychedelic experience, or have I just been transported into this world? And then Robert Jordan answers you and is just like, yes. And you're like, yes to what? And it's just like, yes. And there's so much confusion followed by not confusion. And when we start the book off, of course, with our guy in the high heel boots, you feel me, the thigh highs, working what the Dark One gave him. um, when we start with that, we are so we're like, what's it's just confusion, and I feel like it gives you such a disorienting feeling of Kinslayer. Like, what is that? Like does Kinslayer mean what I think Kinslayer means? Why is this what? And then he just starts screaming and he's looking around like the scene is set, and you're immediately you are immediately thrown into it, and it's like, yes. You're not ready for anything. I wish we got to see, I am going to be talking about the show while I'm going through this, just so everyone knows. I wish we got to see this prologue in the show, but I'm happy that we didn't, because now we can actually get it to look the way that it should look. Or at least semi-close to that. Right? I need it. We did get to see Luce Theron in the show, but we didn't get to see this. Obvious reasons. We know that there's been other renditions of it already, so they didn't want to do it just yet. But I hope we do still get to see that in the future. The prologue is a fantastic way to start this book, and I really did enjoy it. I did. But like I said, we did a whole dedicated stream to just the prologue, so we're not going to talk about it too much. All right. Now, let's go into chapter 1 through chapter 6. And what I would like to have going, don't forget, you guys can check your wallet by putting !wallet in. And I think I'm going to have some bet stuff going in the stream, but it will be for certain answers. It'll be like, yo, answer the question right, you get you get the payout. Where's it at? Here we go. Haha. Okay. So we start chapter 1 off just making our way downtown, not even walking fast. And this is I love the way that we're kind of immediately thrown into knowing that Rand knows a little something. Like Rand knows something. But we're like, what is it? And I'm not going to stay in just this chapter. I'm going to talk about other stuff as well, because I want to be I'm not going to go linearly, but I will go in order, out of order. But I like that we get that sense from Rand for the rest of the book. Like, his heightened awareness it only becomes more apparent through the rest of the book. Like, that was just I think it was a really good idea, again, to put it in that way, because it's like, before we even realize he's the Dragon Reborn, we have that thread there of he's always been hyper aware of evil. And I feel like that's something that the Dragon Reborn would have inherently. It's not like something that they say, but it is something that is not inherited, but damn, what is the word? What is the damn word? Okay. Inherited. I don't know. But it definitely did. They did a damn good job of giving us that foreshadow. There we go. It's like something that can be foreshadowed throughout the duration of the book. You're like, hey, why is he always locked in? Why is he always this? Why is he always that? And the show doesn't give you that same vibe at all. The show makes you curious as to who it leaves it up for discussion for the duration of for the entirety of the season. Like, who is the Dragon Reborn? To the point where I think I remember even people saying, I don't even know if the Dragon Reborn is going to be the same as it is in the books, you know? But we know it. It's like it gives us, well, not here we know it, but here it gives us a good sense of how that happens and how that comes to be. And it's just, yeah, man. Yeah, hell yeah. And then we come into town and we find out that the other kids have also seen something. So it's like, oh, wait, so everyone has heightened senses. So then it throws you off of the scene a little bit. You know what I mean? Like that actually seems like a really, not even seems like, that's a really dope little, is it that? Or isn't it that? Is it that or isn't it? What's going on? Let me see. Sorry, I'm getting hot. I gotta take out this undershirt. But we're not, like I said, we get strung along. We get strung along, but not too deeply. It's not too deeply to the point where it's like, oh man, I'm over this. I'm over getting strung along. No. Did he see something? We're like, maybe. And then we get to the town and we find out the other kids have seen something as well. They're worried about how they tell someone, and then we find out that the adults actually take them all seriously. It works so well. It works so well as kind of a ping pong, not tit for tat, but a back and forth ploy, I guess you can say. All right. I just started burning up in here. I don't know what happened. I am so hot. I might have to open a window. And I forgot to talk about the earlier, but the earlier was awesome to see that point of view of Egwene. I really like that from the earlier. We got to see Egwene at the beginning instead of seeing, it changes the story even more to see Egwene and then to see Lews Therin and then see Rand. I think that definitely changed the story for me, or at least the way we figure it out, right? Because it kind of sets the stage that the Dark One is there, that Egwene has been kind of already sensing some things, and I liked all of that. I think it was swell, man. It was dope. And we get introduced to so many townspeople. Now, don't get me wrong, that it was a little overwhelming to be introduced to so many townspeople left and right, but at the same time, it felt right. It didn't feel too overwhelming. It was like we're not getting introduced to hella characters. We're getting introduced to the people of the city that everyone already knows. Like, everyone knows who this is, so we shouldn't have to be introduced to these characters. We're really only introduced to people who our characters don't know. And it's like, why would it happen any other way? It's like in an anime, they'll give you an entire backstory for someone. But in a book, you can summarize a character real quick. Oh, he was the town's guard. He's been the da-da-da-da for so many years, and he's always been that way as far as this person could remember. And then you have an entire backstory for that person, and you kind of care about him, right? I think that's something that this book does very well is it makes you care about even the smallest of side characters. And you don't even know that someone is a side character until you realize that they're dead. Or you don't realize someone is a side character until they're just not anymore. Or you think someone is a side character until you realize that they have been a pivotal part of the story the entire time. Like, this show just finesses you and flips things all up on its head, all up on its head. So it was, yeah, yeah. I just really like that. Some characters coming in and wanting to kind of be that mother figure to Rand. It just works so well. It works so well. We are immediately, we have the world set up for us immediately. We understand that this is a small village. Everyone loves each other. Everyone is rocking with each other. There are other things that are going around at the same time. All of these aspects are weaving together slowly through the duration of the book until you look back and you realize what has been weaved. And it's like, oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. So once we get introduced to like the wisdom as well, I thought that was a really awesome way that they introduced the wisdom. I loved it. I love the way they introduced Moiraine and how she also is called the wisdom through the duration of the book. uh, like, that was awesome. That was just really cool. I was like, yo, let's go. Are you killing me? Are you kidding me? Like, they still look at her as this omnipotent like being, even though she's right there next to him. Even though she's right there next to him. And again, everything goes together hand in hand. This over here. My bad. Yeah. But again, the Ravens come back into play and people are like, hey, yo, what the heck is going on with these? Like, what's happening here? why are Ravens here? And I love that we also are introduced very quickly to Matt and Rand's relationship. Like, Matt and Rand are good friends. They love each other. They are bros. They rock. And it's awesome to see how they kind of get into mischievous activities on a regular, and how they're not kids, but they act like kids because they are so kind of sheltered from the outside world and understanding on how things are run outside of their tiny little village, how things are going. They're not, they're really naive. They have no idea about the outside world. Like, they just have a lot of assumptions. And then we get to either see those assumptions. We either get to see those assumptions proven right or proven wrong. And I just feel like that's not something I saw a lot other than in Avatar The Last Airbender. Other than in Avatar The Last Airbender, that's the only other time that's happened. For real. That's the only other time that it's happened, and it's very interesting to even think about that. But yeah, I think that that Strangers was a great chapter, because we also, like, Moiraine gives them, I'm pretty sure Moiraine gives them that silver coin right at the beginning, right? Like, that's where they get that silver coin from way back then, and we don't even hear it about it again until way later on. The foreshadowing about those little tiny things is incredible. Literally, it's incredible. Yo, what up, ACM? Welcome to the chat, man. I don't know how you guys want me to do this. I don't know if you want me to do it like how I do, the regular chapter by chapter reviews where I don't go into chat until at the end of me talking about it, or if you want me to kind of just talk with you guys while we're doing it. I think I'll kind of just talk to you guys while we're doing it because we've already talked about all these chapters already. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I feel. But let me know what you guys would want to do with it too. Um, Another factor at play here is that Rand, Matt, and Perrin became Ta'veren a couple of days ago. That probably gave them enough luck to each notice the Fades, who are experts in going unnoticed. Oh, I could definitely see that. That makes a lot of sense as to why Matt and Perrin could also see them. I think Perrin's works as well because he has the wolf blood. I think for everyone except Matt at this point, it makes sense as to why, as far as the boys go, it makes sense as to why they would be able to notice something. But I think something else that we have to pay attention to here, Marisu, is that I don't think they were the only boys that noticed uh the Fades, right? I'm pretty sure the Fades wanted to be seen. That's kind of how I interpreted all of this. I interpreted everything as the Dark One not trying to really hide anything anymore. He's making his move like on the front of a lot of different pieces. So he's moving his bishop at the same time as he moves his knight. And then after he moves his knight, he moves like the I almost said a Padawan, but he moves his pawn, and then all these things are kind of getting moved around at the same time. So he doesn't really care about hiding what's happening because people aren't going to be able to realize what's going on because so much is going on. And they kind of already think it's him anyway. Oh. Yeah. Their combined Ta'veren luck is also probably what drew Moiraine to the village just in time to save them. Ooh, I actually really like that. I really like that. The luck of the Ta'veren. I like that. I like that Ta'veren's luck equates to other things. It just works really well. Everything works so well together, man. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy. And then we go into chapter 3, the peddler, and this is where Patton Fane arrives, and he starts talking about our guy Logain, right? I think this is where we hear about Logain, who's saying he's the Dragon Reborn, and that's also dope. And then we also find out that Perrin has seen the Perrin. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Perrin's seen the writer. There's so many people that have seen the writer. And they also talk, this is where we also get that first hint to the relationship between Matt and Egwene. Rand and Egwene. Lord. Chapter 3, it was dope to see Patton Fane kind of show up in the book. It's like, oh, it's the guy. It's the guy. And then we move into chapter 4, where the Gleeman, Tom Marilyn, finally pulls into the, he pulls up. This is also our first time that we find out or that we see Matt and Rand and, kind of doing the juggle thing with him. And Egwene lets Rand know she wants the story. She wants the adventure. She wants all of that. She's like, I'm chasing the dream. And he's like, no, please don't. And then as soon as Moiraine pulls back up, my guy Tom is like, oh, nah, G, what's going on? And I feel like Tam kind of had some type of, he had some sense of knowing what was going to happen because he wanted to go home in the midst of all the stuff that was happening there. And that was always very interesting to me. It's like, why would you want to go home in the midst of all of this wackety woo-ha that's happening here? Right? Or is that just me that's kind of confused, that was confused about it? Or maybe he just wanted to get to his sword. I mean, that works too. That makes a lot of sense as well. He's like, man, if we about to fight Trollocs, I need to get to the blade that has fought Trollocs before. And also, I guess you can also throw in that they're the Taviran. So, you know, you just, as luck has it, it's just kind of riding them along, like driving. Yeah, not riding, but driving them, or almost, what is it called when, you know, like you move cattle? Herd? Is that what it is? They're like, he's herding them into a, like, the pattern is herding them in one direction, but the dark one is also herding them too. So it's like what the dark one wants is like right here, and then what, you know, what needs to happen is like over here. So the dark one just has to keep pushing them closer and closer to this over here, which they think is their goal when their goal is actually over here. It's a good bait and switch, man. I really like it. I really, really like it. All these shepherd boys got practice watching. Sounds a little wild, I ain't gonna lie. Excuse me. But when they pull back to the house, you know, Tam gets that sword, and then as he gets the sword, yo, that's when the Trollocs pull up like, FBI, open up. You know what I mean? And they pull up. They pull upper. For sure. And then my guy Tam, you know, he whoops some ass, and I think they have like poison blades or whatever, and then Tam is wounded, and that's when Rand kind of does that little 42 shuffle, and then like somehow manages to murder one of them. I think this is another instance that gives us a hint into the, like, there are so many instances of, oh, he somehow barely made it out of this. He somehow does this, or without knowing what was going on. And I feel like in all of those moments of that terminology being used, that is the magic system coming into play. Like, that is him weaving certain times, right? I think it helped us out in the show, because when the moment of realization happens, like, oh my God, I've been weaving, we then are able to get that like flashback of every moment that he weaved unknowingly, right? And it's like, oh, that works so well. And I think in the book we also get that, but we have to go back through the book and read the parts again also, and to be like, oh, that's when that happened. Just like when she gives them the 2 coins, right? Like the silver coins. I'm pretty sure those are the coins that they have on them that she can track them with from then on, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that was freaking raw. And then we move into chapter 6, the Westwood, and this is when we kind of find out that this is where it is revealed that Rand is not Tam's biological son. Tam is Rand's adopted father. And it's like, this thread in the book, beautiful for many reasons. Because for us, there's absolutely no reason for us to give a fuck about Tam not being Rand's dad. That is why it is so awesome. This is why this is so amazing to me. We have absolute zero reason to give a fuck about it, right? But it bothers him. It irks at his mind, and it scratches at his being consistently. And he is constantly reassuring himself that he is no, that is my dad. This is my father. I am his son. He is constantly trying to, like, deal with it. And that is why it matters to us as the reader after a while, or as it started to matter to me. It's because we clearly see that he is being traumatized by it. He is traumatized by finding this information out, just as I think any kid would, finding that information out that's been hidden from them their entire life, right? Like, truth is everything. There's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with being adopted, obviously, but I think when you're basically lied to about it your whole life, that's when it becomes an issue. That's when it's a goddamn problem. Is when you're lied to and you're kind of forced into a narrative that really isn't your own. That is where the issue arises from. So it's amazing to see how he spirals out of control. And amazing may be a bad word, but I appreciate being able to see him spiral out of control because of finding out this information. They do not toil with the information. They don't go easy on us with the information. They don't take it lightly with what they're trying to tell us. They flat out give us everything that we need to know through the narrative of him mumbling, yeah, he's my dad, or him thinking to himself, or the things that he do and thinking, I'm just like my dad, and then being like, damn, but am I? Like, all of those moments are just so powerful, and then they end up amalgamating into something beautiful. Super beautiful. The TV show made a mistake changing Egwene to be another Taviran child of destiny. What makes her so cool in the books is that she's the only one who embarks on this journey of her own free will. Really? I actually didn't get that vibe at all. I got the vibe of her own free will from both of them. Like, I got that same vibe from the show, that she's the only one that went along with her own free will. But at the same time, the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. That's kind of the vibe that I got from it, from both show and book. I just think that it handled it in kind of in not opposite ways, but in just different ways, right? I think Book of Egwene is not as independent as Show Egwene is. Like, in my personal opinion, I feel like Show Egwene would possibly like scoff a little bit at Book of Egwene, and Book of Egwene would kind of scoff to Show Egwene, but also be very inspired by the independence of Show Egwene, and then be like, yeah, I want to do that too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I might be tripping, or want to one up Show Egwene, Like, I feel like the vibe is similar there, but Book of Egwene was a lot more apprentice-like than I think Show Egwene was. Book Egwene was a lot more apprentice-like than Show Egwene was. That's just how it came off to me. But again, I do agree with what you're saying, though. Slightly. Sorry I'm so late and I can't stay. I have to be up super early tomorrow. Just wanted to drop by and say I'll catch up tomorrow at work and hit the comment section. I appreciate your comparisons. Hey, what's up with it, Thatcher? I appreciate you for coming through with the W inspiration. You know what I mean? I appreciate you, man. I hope you have a good rest of your night, and I hope you have a good day at work tomorrow, brother. And I'll say, and to future you, what's up, Thatcher, that's watching this in the future, man? Thanks for dropping into the stream, bro. You're a GOAT. Thanks for jumping in on the rewatch, bro. Definitely appreciate you. Shout out to past Thatcher, future Thatcher, and future Thatcher. That's also surprised that I'm talking to all three of you right now simultaneously. Boom. I'm time traveling. I agree, Marisu. I agree with you. It feels like this is the first time Rand realizes the world he lived in for 18 years was not the one he thought. Coinciding with the attack of the house really pushes him off balance. Exactly. That is a yes, yes. He does not know how to handle both things. It's it's not just one world crashing down. It's everything you know gets flipped upside down, and then everything you love gets smashed and burned simultaneously, back to back, literally losing it in your face. And then not only does that happen, but then you also find out that you probably are going to go insane because you are the Dragon Reborn, or possibly the Dragon Reborn. Oh, who knows? You know what I mean? And then people are constantly calling you an Aielman, and then every time they call you an Aielman, you're like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm from the Two Rivers, because you're holding on to the one thing that you thought was truth in your life. Freaking crazy. When you're pushed to your limits, you want to rely on the things you know make you who you are and strong. He can't trust who he is in that moment. And that is the biggest, oh man, that is the scariest thing ever, is not being able to trust the things that you do, right? Trust yourself and know your own. What am I trying to say? It's terrible to not only, wow. It's terrible to not only lose trust in yourself, but you also lose the person who gives you the strength to trust in yourself. Because Rand is not aware of how his father is doing for a while after that moment. So he's just forced to really not be sure how his father is. And I don't think until Nynaeve comes around later, right? I don't think until Nynaeve comes around later is when he first gets any information about his dad, if I'm not mistaken. So that is chapters 1 through 6. Chapters 1 through 6. I think chapters 1 through 6 was a great start to the book. It had me mind boggled, hornswoggled, and biff knockled. I'm not gonna lie. It was a fantastic start to the book. Definitely a 10 out of 10 start for me. And it was even like I loved this start to the book so much more than I liked the first episode of the show. Because I think there are times where I do like kind of how the show handled certain things a little bit more, certain things, and not even a lot of them. But the start of this was fantastic. Yeah, awesome. I really loved it. Yeah. So, 10 out of 10 start to the book for me. Love to know how you guys felt about it for real when we started the book. And where are we at? Okay. Let's get into 7 through 12. Okay. Uh in chapter 7, Rand reaches Edmund's field and finds half of it in ashes. The village wisdom Nynaeve um is like, Tam is gonna die. And then Rand also learns that Moiraine is an Aes Sedai, and she's a wielder of the One power, and she can possibly heal Tam. Now, I do believe this is one of those moments where I was like, damn, the show showed us that Moiraine got down and was whooping ass, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't think we got to see that the same way in the book at first. I think we just kind of heard about it. if I'm not mistaken. And then Moiraine and my guy Lan tell Rand that, you know, about the Midral and the Ravens and all the dark stuff that's going on. And then she tries to help our guy Tam out. And then it's like, yo, all right, it's time to dip up out of here because the Dark One is looking for you and your peoples, right? Because Rand, Matt, Perrin, and then I think like 2 other boys in the village had also saw the Midral. So it was like, okay, they're after all of y'all. It's time to get up out of here and let's dip set. And Rand is like, for sure, let's go. I feel like this part was kind of handled similarly in the show versus the book. Oh, yeah, we don't have to deal with Perrin murdering his wife. Committing, what is that called? What is it called if you murder your wife? Wait, maybe I shouldn't Google that. What? Uxoricide? Uxoricide is what? That is a terrible name for it. I thought it was matricide. Or is Meriticide? Wait. Yeah. Uxoricide. That is the stupidest word I have ever heard in my life. Uxoricide is a dumb word.
Uxoricide.
The killing of one's wife.
Uxoricide.
What a terrible word. I mean, well, it's a terrible thing to do, so I guess it shouldn't have an awesome word. But I mean, meriticide for killing the husband, and then uxoricide is for the like what? That's a wild name. Yeah, but we don't have to deal with my guy, chopping his wife in half. We don't have to deal with, or should I say, we don't have to deal with Perrin's wife secretly being a dark friend. I'm just saying. Fridging. Yeah, that's the comic book term, though. I was looking for like the actual meaning. I'm like the actual word. I'm talking about, from good old Merriam. The Webster's. A term coined by comics writer Gail Simon about the Green Lantern finding his girlfriend dead in the fridge. Yeah, I know about fridging. People hate fridging. And because that's what they tried to do with Homegirl, Batman. DC is bad with fridging, man. DC is riddled with it. Real bad with the fridge. It's like, here's this Green Lantern story, and his wife is murdered in the fridge. Like, that's so unnecessary. Yeah, that shit is wild. And then we go into chapter 9, and I believe chapter 9 is when we get our first dream sequence. Our first dream sequence. Magnificent and magical. Is it what it was, right? I love the dream sequences. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. The dream sequences inspired me to do not a dream sequence, but a sequence of sorts in my own stuff, just because they were freaking awesome, bro. Like, literally each week I looked forward to there being a dream sequence in the reading. That was like one of the things I look forward to the most. And if you guys go back and like probably and watch, like go through the watch from Watcher to Reader series, those are the ones that we kind of listen to a lot too. You know, we listened to the dream sequences because they were just so intriguing. The way things were explained, the way everything looked. I just loved it when I read it. So I was like, yeah, bro, this would be dope to listen to as well. So I'm hoping when we get to the next portion of our like from Watcher to Reader stuff, I can start taking like timestamps down for certain things. So we don't have to wait so long while we're doing our live, you know, for me to find those certain things that we want to talk about and show and so forth and so on. But yeah, man, I freaking love the dream sequences. And in this first dream sequence that we get, the Dark One is chasing Rand through he's basically chasing Rand to a white city and then trapping him there. So we kind of get that foreshadowing of the thing that I was talking about of the Dark One herding him to Tavalon, basically. Tarvalon? Like that's where he wants him to be. He wants him to be in Tarvalon. Like he's literally pushing him closer and closer towards it. It's not like he's stopping them. Because if he wanted to stop them, he would have people literally in front of him waiting to grab him. But instead, it's like as they come along into the city, that's when the Dark Friends find out about it as well. So they can continue to push him down the path to where he needs to go. And then, of course, when he wakes up, he sees Tam is recovering. And then Tam tells him that the Aes Sedai cannot lie, but they can bend the truth. And this is something that Mari Sue definitely let us know about. You know, like this is something that Mari Sue told us about very early on. Was like, yo, I want you to know this, but the Aes Sedai cannot lie. But they about to tell you something that's gonna not be all the way 100% the answer to your question. Like, I'm not going to answer your question, but I am going to give you information that you can assume is the answer to your question. And I loved that about them. Like, they were so heavy on that, right? She is so heavy on that. And that was awesome. And then all the villagers are like, Moiraine, you're a goddamn dark friend. And then she's like, no, I'm not. And then she proceeds to give them, I think she basically told them about the village that, I don't know if that happened I think in the show, we saw Moiraine tell just our titular characters about the history because they sang that song. And I think that song was still sang in the book, but I can't really remember right now. And then she basically tells them that their village is the place where the last king of Main Theron died defending his people from an army of Trollocs. And then she's like, and then the villagers are like, all right, we out. I love how Moiraine is not with the bullshit at all. She's like, y'all didn't even rock for your people. Like, y'all was all screaming and running like scaredy cats. And this is a village of people who rocked for their people to the death of them. And y'all was running around and screaming and crying, and you got the nerve to say that I'm evil when I'm the one that saved y'all? Like, yo, I love it. I love that energy. I would give that energy. Like, yo, I just saved your life. You better shut the hell up. What is your reaction to how the TV series adapted the dream sequences? I think that the book dream sequences are tremendously better than the shows. Okay? But I like the show's dream sequences as well because they're eerie. Like, the dream sequences in the show are eerie as fuck. Like, the dream sequences literally kind of scare the hell out of you. And in the book, they're more confusing. But not confusing. I think that the show's dream sequences are eerie. Is eerie the right word? Let me make sure I'm using the right terminology right now. Yeah. The show's dream sequences are more eerie, and then the book's dream sequences are more disorienting. That's kind of how I feel about those, right? So I really wish that the show's dream sequences felt a little bit more disorienting, because there's not a lot of I don't even think there's one dream sequence. No, well, there is. There's a couple dream sequences where you're like not sure if he's awake or like where the characters are awake or asleep, but I don't think it does it as good as in the book, to where to Rand, he's just there, kinda, you know? It's not like, oh, let me lay down and go to sleep and then I have a dream. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, it is kind of like that in the book, but it's not as obvious. Like, in the book, usually when there's a dream sequence, it's like at the beginning of a chapter, right? Like, so I just like that better. I think they did a really good job with the show, but I think the book's dream sequences are way better. Like, I love the dream sequences in the book, and I think that the show's dream sequences are a little lackluster compared to it, but I love the eerie feeling that the show gives you versus how disorienting it is in the book. And I kind of wish we could have found I hope we can find a balance between those two. I don't know if there's more dream sequences in the future of the books, but I hope that we can find some type of balance between those two things. Moiraine tells the main characters about Main Theron in the show. Uh, the song is all a show invention, and it's the best scene. Yeah, I think that was amazing. I love this. I love how they sing the song, and then she just drops knowledge on them about the song. Oh, bro, fire. Like, straight fire. Like, I appreciated it so much. The book Main Theron story is still amazing 3 decades on. One of my favorite bits of lore in the whole 5 books, 15 books. Oh, okay, that's lit. Yeah, I liked it a lot. It worked really well. It really did. Um, okay, and then we go into chapter 9. No, that was just chapter 9 that we were talking about. Then we go into chapter 10, and then that's when we see Rand, Matt, Perrin, Lan, Moiraine, Egwene, and Tom set out for Tar Valon. And then we also see the Drakkar. I think that's when we first see them make an appearance. Really wish we could have saw the Drakkar in the show. Like, I was kind of bummed out about not seeing. That's something that bummed me out the most, was not seeing all the different types of, like, maybe I didn't notice them, but not seeing all the different types of Trollocs. Like, that definitely bummed me out from the show. Like, I feel like we missed out on so much awesome things from the show. like that we have in the book. But what I'm hoping is that like the creatures that are like the flying creatures are now released in season 3 because the seals have been broken as well. So it like lets out a little bit more of the darkness creatures, or like they can control a little bit more or something like that. That's really what I'm hoping for, because I do feel like we missed out on a lot not getting to see the Drakkar. Um and then this is also where chapter 11, the road to Terran Ferry. This is where we actually see Rand kind of use the one power, and he like basically wills Egwene's horse Bella to run faster. So, so they can keep it moving, because he was nervous about her. And then, so when they stop, Moiraine refreshes all of the horses, but Bella, because Bella is freaking super fine. And then the Drakkar are like there chilling, and that's where we meet the ferryman. Poor ferryman, yo. Like poor ferryman, for real, for real. He didn't deserve nothing that happened, but they cross over the river, and then Moiraine basically makes a well, I think in the show she made a tidal wave. I don't know if she did the same thing in the book, but I know that she definitely created some fog so they can you know cover the so they can hide in cover. And then Moiraine tells Egwene that she wants to learn to channel Saidar, which is the female half of the one power that we all know about, right? So that's kind of the next that next portion is very much so journey from here to there now, like the big part's over. Now here's the next little section. And I think it was awesome though to read that it was also to have that segmented in the reading that way, so we could experience everything differently, right? It just made it work so, like it made it work, man. I'm not gonna lie. Let's talk about 7 through 12, y'all. We for Main Theron wasn't going to be in the show, but Rosamund Pike herself put her foot down and demanded they find a way to include it. It's her favorite passage from the book. Wow. That's awesome. That's actually awesome. I literally am probably going to be listening to The Wheel of Time to go to sleep for a while now. Looking for a prediction from Sensei. Do we ever return to Edmund's Field, or have we seen the last of our heroes' origins? I'm gonna be completely honest. I assume that season 3 is gonna start in Edmund's Field, like Eamon's Field, whatever you say. I really do believe that it will be in Eamon's Field. Like, that's just kind of how I feel. I felt that way when we watched the season. I was like, oh yeah, we're going to be in. There's no way my guy finds out he's the Dragon Warrior and does not go back to his dad. I just don't think that happens. But at the same time, I also know that there's a lot of crazy shit going on. And I feel like we might. The only reason I also feel like that we're going to be in Eamon's Field is because I kind of feel like there's going to be a little bit of a time jump. Not like a huge time jump, but like, oh, we made it back home. Like, I feel like there's going to be one of those time jumps from season 2 to season 3. But I don't know how much time is skipped in books. Like, I don't know how much time we skip forward from book 1 to book 2, or from book 2 to book 3. And I don't know how that translates from season 1 to season 2, or from season 2 to season 3. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I assume that they may make it back to Eamon's Field, but that might not be a good thing. Bella! Who is there? I low-key think that it might be Dusted. Like, I really think, because didn't somebody have a dream? Didn't Nynaeve have a dream. I think that was in season 2 though, so I don't know if that's in the book. But I'm pretty sure there was a dream like, you shouldn't have left Eamon's Field. We're all dead. I low-key feel like that's some shit that could actually go on. Like I low-key feel like that's some shit that what was it called? Like the breaking fever or the broke back fever or something like that. I think it's possible that we see that happen. For real. Honestly, would not be surprised. No. Hmm. Wait, let me see something 1 second. Mm-hmm. What? I am confused. My bad. I did not think this was going to be dumb. Come on. Boom. Nope. Not boom. I'm so sorry. I did not mean for this to take this long. Bro, I am actually kind of confused as to what's happening. I don't. What do I do? My phone is tripping. I'm trying to do something so simple. I'm getting anxiety. All right. Lord. Let's just do this. Oh man. Boom. Got it. Whoa. That was intense right there. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Uh but yeah. Where are we at? Where are we at? But yeah, man. So this is where I was like, again, I was very surprised that our gal Egwene is a lot more. I want to be your apprentice. I don't know what that's called, but she's just very much more. She was very much more a follower to me in the books, and I wasn't prepared for that. Um, and I don't know why they changed her so much in the show. Like, for example, this is something that legit blew my mind. She just stops caring about her hair. Like she just stops caring about her hair. I don't know why that triggered me so much, but it low-key did. Like I was actually kind of triggered that she just took her hair out and she just didn't care. Because in the show, that moment in season 2 where what the hell are their names? the slave owner people, when they come through and they force her hair to be like braided and do all that stuff, there is so much emotional impact on Egwene in that moment. And in the book, she was just like, I said I don't care about their braids and their hairs, and that I was like, what? Like, why is this a thing? That, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not like that. And I think you guys might even remember, I think in that part, in part two, I think that was, I was like, maybe it was part three when she first took her hair down. But the whole time I was like, what is up with Egwene not being the same as the book? And I think Marisu was like, you got to get over that. Like, nothing is the same between the book and the show. Don't compare it. And I was like, yeah, that's a fact. I understand it. So, now I'm a lot better. But I just don't. I was just like, wow. And I also love how they handled the water scene a little bit too in the show. I like that whole her coming of age type of vibe that they went with in the show. And I guess that's why it's so different in the books, because she didn't go through that passage yet, if I'm not mistaken. She didn't have that rite of passage of, I don't know. But it was just kind of like, wow. She doesn't, it doesn't matter. So it's just interesting to see how the book continues to utilize these characters and just crazy different ways, but they still are very much the same character, but not. Y'all might not like that I like Show Egwene a little bit more than Book Egwene, but hey, it be like that. It bees like that sometimes, yo. Bro, when we get to Egwene's captivity in the book, we're going to be inside her head. Oh, okay. All right. I understand then. That's the reason why. Then that is the reason why it's so different, because we're never going to get that POV of her thoughts in the show. We just can't get that. So I understand that a lot more. I understand that. That makes so much sense. But I still stand by what I said. We actually don't know what Egwene's rite of passage was. It's woman circle business, and our main POV character isn't a girl. Yeah. Yes, that's true. That is I guess that's true, but I thought, maybe I'm thinking about the earlier. Maybe, yeah, maybe that's the earlier, because in the show, isn't her rite of passage like being thrown into the water and all of that? We don't really see that same thing happen. But the braid was just as important, so that's what kind of threw me off. I don't know. But you do have a point, Sharice, that our main character is not a boy. is a boy, so he don't know what's going on with the women's circle stuff. And for the book at least, right? But from the show, like in the book though, did she have her, I can't remember if she had her braid or not. Rand just shows up in town and sees Egwene has her hair braided. Okay, yeah. Okay, I thought so. And then she just unbraids it on the trip, like no big deal. And then is immediately like, oh shit, when Nynaeve comes around. Oh, you thought you was in the clear, huh? You thought you was never gonna see anyone else from Emmonsfield ever again, so it wasn't gonna matter because you was gonna be an Aes Sedai the next time they saw you, and they wasn't gonna be able to complain about you not having your hair braided. False. I like that though. I did like that. I'm not gonna lie. I am getting ahead of myself a little bit, but still, I like it. That. All right, so that is chapters 7 through 12. Now let's... All right, and now we're about to get into chapters 13 through 16, and then we'll kind of do a little bit of a speed run. Not a speed run, but we'll kind of go through a little bit of these kind of, not quickly, but you know what I'm saying. And I will be right back to talk to you guys about chapters 13 through 16. What is up, Super Fam?
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reactions. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controllable.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update,
Or movie reviews.
we love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying.
That was pretty awesome.
Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the super fan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways,
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
Six nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Gafora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Gafora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Gafora.
All right. Sorry about that, ladies and gents and ladies. I had to tell my children good night and, get ready to continue this amazing thing that we've been doing, chit-chatting with Watton. I I hope all you guys are still here with us. I appreciate you if you are. If you haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the stream because it definitely helps out tremendously around these parts. I've been actually making a lot of content on TikTok lately for Marvel Bros. So if you do have a TikTok or you, not a YouTube, of course you have a YouTube, but if you have a TikTok, an Instagram, Facebook, because I know a lot of you guys are old people, so I know you guys probably have Facebook. You can look up Marvel Bros on social media, whatever social media platform you're on. You can check us out there. We're always posting content, always talking about little different things. And I think I might start even dabbling in the booktube content here and there once we go into book 2, chapter by chapter, giving some of those reviews and my first thoughts on certain things that happen as they do, reacting. It makes it just a lot easier. So if you guys are interested in any of that short form content that I do create on all those other social media platforms, you can definitely tune in there at Marvel Bros. It is the same on all of the social media platforms. Our name is the same, so you can definitely tune in with that if you do feel so inclined to do so. Follow us on all platforms. We definitely appreciate you. If you do follow, make sure you be like, yo, what's up, Sensei? This is me from so-and-so or whatever, and then comment on some posts and stuff like that, and we'll get it crackling and going. I'm not gonna lie, man. I love this. I've already said it so much, but I loved this book. I just had such a great time. And going into, the third week, it really had me enamored, for a lack of better words. I was completely invested in everything that was going on. I could not believe how invested I was with the book. I was like, whatever happens next, I'm here for it. I am excited for it. And it just continued to hold my attention so much. And again, I was really surprised. I knew I was going to like the book, but I didn't know that by week 3, I was going to be so heavily invested into it. Like, man, again, looking forward to everything that's going on and being really excited about the different, not storylines, but the different things that we were finding out. I was like, wow, this is actually peak. This is actually freaking peak. And peak is just an understatement to what it actually is. Like a straight understatement. Okay. So let's get into it and let's start talking about chapter 13. Chapter 13 through 16. So this is part 3. Okay? So let's get into it. Right? So chapter 13. Right? So we got chapter 13. As they travel north, Lan teaches Rand to use his sword and Perrin to use his axe he got from his master, the blacksmith. Rand tries to talk to Egwene out of becoming an Aes Sedai, but Egwene doggedly continues her lessons. The party arrives in Baerlon, the children of the light, also known as the White Cloaks, of course, have brought a small contingent to the city hunting dark friends and Aes Sedai. Moiraine is concerned and takes them to an inn. All right, so I really, again, I appreciated this chapter, and it was one of those chapters that you guys had kind of been talking about when we were doing our watch party and review, as far as, hey, this show is not letting us see that Lan was actually training everyone and actually teaching them how to do stuff. And I know you guys talked about it in season 2. You were like, just wait until next season when we're going to start getting into sword styles and all these other things that Lan teaches Rand. And I mean, again, when we it's that Avatar The Last Airbender Natla comparison that we were talking about earlier, right? They are, for the show, they are adapting the entirety of all the books into one thing instead of adapting each book into a season. Now, whether that's a good thing, that's obviously up to interpretation. But still, when we're here and we're talking about, how awesome it was to even know that, hey, they're learning a little bit from Lan, and Lan is a warder. He's the guy. And I like that it also makes a note to mention, or makes a note to not mention he's really teaching Matt anything, because Matt is just kind of being Matt, as we know. So he doesn't get the same training. And that is something that I also think stands out, because Mans is insane with the bow no matter what. So it's like, even though he's not really training with them, he's learning so much. And that was honestly crazy. I really didn't know. I didn't know what to expect when it came to that, right? I didn't know that he was going to be that guy with the bow like that. We see him multiple times in this book have crazy aim. I know we're not at that part yet, but I just wanted to kind of make that note that we see Lan, Rand, and Perrin training, but we really don't see Matt doing too much training. He just has the sauce. Unless I forgot when he was like aiming at something with a bow, and unless I forgot that, he has the sauce like crazily with that bow. So much so to the point that later on in the story, Lan is mind blown that he's hitting, like, he's not mind blown, but Lan is even like, damn, he hit that shot. Like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he hit that shot. Like, I loved that too. I love that we got to see that little aspect there of, him hitting those shots. We also have the first mention of the White Cloaks here. I love the White Cloaks in the show. I think in book 1, I think we are introduced to the White Cloaks so much more than we are in the show. But somehow I think that being able to see how menacing that the White Cloaks are actually just gives it a little bit more, being able to see how they carry themselves, all of that. Like the actors that they chose to play the White Cloaks as well were fantastic. They really make you kind of not like them. I can't think of what the black guy's name is, the main White Cloak, the Questioner, I believe is what they call him. Questioner, also known as the Inquisitor from Star Wars, right? So we know that everyone has been getting their inspiration from this for show. I don't know if it's the Questioner, but I think it was the Questioner. But anyway, being able to see them kind of be menacing was cool in the show, but in the book, the lengths that they go to for certain things and how much they're just everywhere. Like the White Cloaks didn't seem like they were everywhere in the show. And maybe it's because like we were with our characters. I don't know what the point, I don't know why. But in the book, it's like, oh my God, it's a White Cloak. Oh my God, it's a White. Oh my God, there's 30 White Cloaks here. Like, you know what I mean? And I think that's awesome. And that's really, I guess that's the better way to say it, is it's not like they stumble across a singular White Cloak every once in a while. No, they stumble across a battalion of White Cloaks rampaging through cities and threatening mayors, or villages, and like threatening everybody. You know what I mean? It's just awesome. Like, it's just awesome. I love it. It was great. It was great. Literally, it was great. I love seeing the White Cloaks throughout the duration of this book. Okay. Chapter 14, Matt begins to tell the innkeeper about Trollocs. Lan cautions them not to tell anyone about who's chasing them, and the news in Berlin is all about the false dragon Loghain defeating an army in Gildan. Rand then dreams of a man whose eyes and mouth are flame. He calls himself Baalzamon, another name for the Dark One. Baalzamon tells Rand the Aes Sedai intend to use him the same way they are using Loghain. And then he kills a rat by breaking its neck or breaking its back. Now, this section was awesome. You guys already know I love me some dream sequences, so we're gonna focus on the dream sequence more, of course. But let's talk about the first part. We'll skim over that first part first, and then we'll go more into the second part. The news in Berlin is all about the false dragon Logain defeating an army from Gildan. Now that is crazy that Logain is already that powerful to defeat. Well, not just, I don't think he was by himself, but still, it's crazy that he's that powerful to defeat an army, even if he is bringing up an army. And if he's bringing up an army as well, that's also crazy that he's already so popular, or people believe in him so much that he has an army behind him. Either way, it's crazy. So I appreciate the. Is there a name for it, guys, when you watch something or when you're reading something reoccurring? It's a reoccurring thread or a reoccurring theme of Logain. We literally hear about the rise and fall throughout the duration of the story, and that's awesome, bro. Like, that's awesome, man. Like, on a scale of 1 to awesome, that's awesome. It's because we don't even see what's happening. We just hear about him doing these things. And so we're hearing about the stories of Logain and how he's building this army. And then, oh my God, he's doing this. And oh my God, he's doing that. And then when we actually see him, he has been defeated and captured by the Aes Sedai. And he looks at Rand and he just, like, yeah, boy. Like, we're cooking with Crisco. We, like, yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. A million times yes across the board. I love it, man. I love it. Okay, now let's get into the dream sequence. I'm gonna read it again. Rand dreams of a man whose eyes and mouth are flame, okay? So the man whose eyes of mouth are flame, already I love it. Because this made me immediately think of how our boy Issue was looking in season one, right? This is another thing that kind of threw me for a loop, was like, is Baalzamon really Baalzamon, or has it been Ishii pretending to be Baalzamon the same way it was in the show? And I don't think they blatantly answer that question for us. And also, we have like more dark. Anyway, I'm ranting. But to circle back around, I just really appreciate that he's that guy. Like, Baalzamon is not playing around. He's like, hey, like, I am the Dark One. It's good to see you again. But I like that he's obviously playing around with him first. And then he, later on, he starts going into it a little bit more. But yo, the fact that he is able to break the backs of these rats in his dream, and then he wakes up Rand then wakes up in chapter 15 to learn that several rats were found with their backs broken. Like, what are we supposed to do with that? Like, what do you do with that? That's bigger than deja vu. And I don't even think it's called deja vu. I think it's called, like, vu de jay. I'm not even pretending. It's called something else when you have a premonition like that. But it's still wild that he wakes up to all of the rats, and he says nothing to anyone. He says nothing to anyone. Why did he not say anything about, last night I dreamed of the Dark One, Baalzamon, and that could be a name of that could be the start of a rock song. Last night I dreamed of the Dark One. Right. Yeah, I might have to write that. And then, but still, why doesn't he say anything? It's just crazy. And then it's like, oh yeah, wait, we all had the same dream. Oh wow, Perrin, wait, we had the same dream. Matt, you had the same dream too? Well, let's not say anything to anyone about this crazy dream that we had about multiple rats getting murdered. Makes no sense. And I think you guys even said something about that, like, don't get used to them sharing information because it does not happen often. So I guess I shouldn't even be irritated about that because they actually talk so much in this. oh, it's crazy that Rand meets Min first. I definitely didn't expect that. I did not expect for Rand to meet Min already. It's just so different from how things are in the show, and it's really good. Like, that's such a good thing that it's different, but still, it just has me like, wow, you know? I'm like, what's happening here? uh Rand sees Patton Fane in the city. The peddler runs from him, but not before Rams tell him. Not before Rand gives Patton Fane a play-by-play. Like, man gives Patton Fane a play-by-play of everything that they are doing and are about to do, and he doesn't even think about it. Like, he literally doesn't even think about what's happening, and I think that was crazy. I think that was insane of Matt. I think that was insane of Rand to do. Rand literally just spills a play-by-play. Hey, man, yeah, we're staying here. This is what we're doing. I don't know, man. It's just that even you guys were like, what? Oh, poor Rand. What is he doing? He's so naive. I think that's something that we learned. I think that's something that we also learn throughout the book, is that they are so naive because they are trustworthy. And there is a constant tug of war because they want and need somebody to trust so bad. But it's not even like everyone they meet betrays them, but everyone they meet betrays them as well. You know, it's like things are going good, and then they're not. Like, I know it's like obvious what I'm saying, but it was just really wild. It was just really wild to kind of see them. What the hell? I went all the way to the end. Yeah, it was just wild to kind of see them want someone to trust so bad and not really get to have it. But when they do get to trust, it works out for them so well. And then you feel good for them also. I love that. Yeah. Rand runs into Matt, and Matt, it plays a prank on a White Cloak. Like, he has no seriousness in his body. He's like, oh yeah, we're on the run for our lives. Well, what is not a better time to be on an episode of Punk'd if like with a White Cloak? Like, I don't know, man. Matt is hilarious, and I love also how young they all seem, truthfully, because like they're not young, but they are young, you know? And I think the book or Robert Jordan frames them as being so naive, not only because they're young, but also because they're trustworthy. And I think it all works because that's what happens when you're young. You're trustworthy and naive. You trust everything and everyone, kind of. You're not really asking a lot of questions when you're young. And it seems like he gave them like this duality of them growing up, almost like it's almost like they're going through puberty, basically, but as adults. It's like they're going through a second puberty but this second puberty is them becoming who they are. I don't know, man. I don't know. It worked really well. It all just blends together really, really well. Rand gets lightheaded and draws attention to himself by laughing, and then the White Cloaks get scared off by the heron-marked sword that he has, and Rand and Matt ask Tom for advice. It's kind of insane that this man, everywhere he goes, people know about the heron-marked blade, but we see no one else with the blade at all. I think that speaks volumes to how serious it is for him to have that sword. Not only how serious it is for him to have that sword, but how obviously it's not in the right hands, or you know what I mean? To everyone that sees him with it, they all know that it can't be his, because he would not be so openly just walking around with it nonchalantly if he knew what that heron marked blade really meant. And then it's cool to see people not know what, if he knows what it means, and then get scared of him, and then people that know what it means and is like, there's no way he knows what it means, and then they kind of use it against him also. I love both of those things and how they occur. Like, it just works so well together. All right, that's chapter 15. Chapter 16, The Wisdom. This is where Nynaeve finally shows up with the rest of the group. She has followed them to this point. I love that. I love that she's followed them this entire time to where they are now. I think that's actually hilarious that she has followed them. And she's like, it's time for you guys to come home. And they're like, what? And I believe this is where she actually sees Nynaeve's braid, or Moiraine, Egwene's braid is not in anymore, if I'm not mistaken. Moiraine talks to her, of course. And then Rand asks Nynaeve about Tam and how he's doing, and she says that no. Sorry. Rand asks Nynaeve whether there was any truth to Tam's feverish mumbling, and Nynaeve confirms that Rand was born outside of the two rivers. And that's when we end scene, and it's like, holy shit. All of the stuff that he's been hearing, what is true, like all the stuff his father said was true. And now we get to go on yet another journey of him spiraling out of control. And that is that segment of chapters 13 through 16. Chapters 13 through 16 continue us down this crazy journey, but more so we're focusing now on the psyche of Rand. And I might be crazy to think about this, but we know that Rand has at this point already used Saidin. So to me, he's kind of going crazy a little bit. Like, while he is warranted for his feelings about his father and what's going on there, I really feel like maybe it's also the one power and how the taint is poisoned. I think that actually might be having a hand in a lot more than he believes. Excuse me. But I'm also not sure if it's supposed to be like a bait and switch, because there's a lot of that going on. But I like, again, I'm like, ooh. And we see that the Dark One continues to toy with Rand as well, like in his dreams, just kind of, hey, I'm Balsamon, how you doing? You know, look at what I can do. Like, and he's just toying with him all the live long day. And I think that's just so messed up, but it also works so well. It also works so well because now we are literally confused as well. And every time it's like, oh yeah, we still have that moment of thinking that maybe Rand isn't the chosen one, because it's like he had this dream. Of course he's the chosen one. And then he goes and talks to Perrin and Mat, and they have the same dream. So it's like, oh, maybe he's not the chosen one because they're all still having the same dream. You know, like, even though it's kind of spelled out, it's not spelled out. It's still left up for interpretation, no matter. And I think having things spelled out, whoa. is usually left for interpretation. But the way I like to have things spelled out is not in a linear fashion of, hey, this is the word and it's spelled out, but more of like not a crossword, a word search, right? Like, I feel like stories should be word searches to where things stand out when you're looking for them, but even if you're looking for that thing, it still might hide from you, you know? Like a never-ending word search. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That sounds fun. It sounds swimmingly. That sounds swimming. Of course, here Perrin has been taking kind of a backseat to all the things that's going on, being very mopey, being very, I don't want to do that. I don't like change. You know, he's being very like that. And I don't think he was, and it's interesting that they felt they had to kill his wife for that to portray in the show. I don't think they had to kill off his wife for him to be so, you know, bummed out like that. I think you could easily give Perrin a like father son or super deep relationship with the blacksmith and then murder the blacksmith off and have a similar reaction, if not more, or one more similar to what they wanted in the book for Perrin. But I also love the shock factor of his wife being a dark friend. So hey, anyway. That is part 3. Now let's move on to part 4. Chapters 17 through 24. Okay. Just 1 second. Rand and his friends go to the common room to listen to Tom's music play. A Madral confronts Rand in the kitchen, and then Lan chases it away. They all leave, and then Moiraine is forced to reveal herself as an Aes Sedai to scare the White Cloaks away. Again, these White Cloaks are popping up everywhere, and I think this is actually, I think we already saw the moment from the show where Moiraine is talking to the Aes Sedai, not to the Aes Sedai, but she's talking to the White Cloaks and is like, oh, I'm going to this place. But she's not straight up lying. She's just kind of, I can't think of what the word is. You know what I mean? But then we go to the Camelin Road, and Trollocs chase Moiraine and all of the other people off of the road and then surround them. They break through, and Matt shouts the amazing battle cry in the old tongue, filling everybody with nothing but sheer willpower to make some shit happen. And make some shit happen is exactly what happens. Moiraine uses an Angreal to delay the Trollocs and set a false trail, and then she buys them time to reach the ruins of Shadar Logoth, the most evil place that where people were like, from what did Daniel Green say? He was like Shadar Logoth, a place that was filled with people that were that decided to become so evil that the Dark One wouldn't mess with them, and it kind of worked. I love that. I really love that. And then when we I think it was awesome. I don't know if this moment happened in the show. I don't remember Matt shouting Old Tongue and leading the charge in the first season. Am I wrong, or did that happen? I really can't remember, but I don't believe that happened in the first. What the heck is going on here? Oh, I've been walking around. I don't believe that happened in the first season, you know? I don't remember anything like that going on as far as I can remember. But it was awesome, and I'm pretty sure he took out a couple Trollocs with his bow at this point also. Like, can't forget that. So he definitely has that line to the badass lineage. And then Moiraine rests while they're in Shadow Logarth. And then the boys explore the ruins and they meet Mordith. And they're like, they are in a city so evil that Trollocs won't enter. They meet a person there. And they're like, hey, buddy. How's it going? That is absolute crazy work. You don't talk to strangers in evil places. No one should have to tell them that. That's not even something that Moiraine should have to remind them. Oh yeah, guys, don't forget, we're being traced by the Dark One, so don't talk to any evil people in this evil place. Don't talk to any strange folks in this evil place that nobody should be in because it's been abandoned because the place is so evil. Like, they made some of the worst decisions possible. Or should I say, they listened to Matt and let him make the worst decisions possible. Like, why would they follow him? Why would they follow him with the things that he wants to do? Oh, and then he asked them to help. He asked them to help him carry away treasure. Rand then realizes Mordith doesn't have a shadow, and they abandon the treasure and run. And then Moiraine tells the story of how Shadar Logoth died. And they did not tell Moiraine a goddamn thing about what they took, that is, about the dagger. I believe they did tell her about the evil dude. And then she's like, yo, no, Trollocs ain't gonna come in the city. And Lan's like, they're here. And then we move on to chapter 20. And this is where our characters are all separated for the first time. This is where everyone is separated. No one is together anymore. Everyone is going their which way all the live long day. And this is where we get the team ups, basically. This is where we're set off into duos, trios, and small teams. So in chapter 20, the murderous mist drifts through Shadar Logoth. I loved the murderous mist. The murderous mist and the way it looked in the show, because I'm pretty sure that's when we saw the horse get completely devoured by the death mist, and that was crazy awesome. Perrin and Egwene reach the river. Rand, Matt, and Tom find a ship, or Thom. Rand, Matt, and Tom find a ship and climb aboard. And then a mast beam mysteriously saves Rand from a Trolloc. So this is another hint at him using the one power. And then Captain of the Spray, Bail Doman, allows them to book passage to Whitebridge. I don't think this was in the show the same way. And another thing that we missed out on. It's kind of like they took out all the moments of our characters learning from father figure like characters adjacent to them. And I don't know if they had to do that for the sake of like time and like having our characters be a certain way by the time we get to a certain place, or what. But definitely an interesting decision. And then going into chapter 21, well, Yeah, because we also learn about, we learn about the, what's it called? This is where we also get introduced. If I'm not mistaken, this is where we also get introduced to the idea of Matt and Rand both learning the Gleeman's ways, if I'm not mistaken. And then after that, when we're in chapter 21, Nynaeve tracks down Lan and Moiraine and eavesdrops before they notice her. So she was so quiet that the warder and Moiraine didn't notice her right away. They still noticed her though. She thought she was doing the thing, but she didn't. Moiraine tells Nynaeve that she can also channel, but she doesn't realize it yet. Moiraine tells Nynaeve about the sickness that comes with uncontrolled channeling, and Nynaeve knows about those symptoms, but she still ignores that she has the ability because she's Nynaeve, and why wouldn't she? Because she's annoying, and this is what Nynaeve does. And then we move. And this is also kind of the first hint that we get of Nynaeve having the hots for Lan a little bit, because of how he treats her, talks to her. She's like, yeah, she likes it. She likes it. She appreciates it. She appreciates that someone will check her and that there is someone that is more badass than she thinks she is. I think that's cool. I think that's cool. Perrin then finds Egwene and Bella on the riverbank. They cut across the wilderness and head for Camelin. That was a quick little thing that happened right there. Just, getting them together, having them decide where they're going to go, making sure that they're all good and all right. And then after that, Egwene admits that she started the campfire with the One Power, something that we also saw from the show. I thought that was actually a really cool aspect of the show. I just appreciate it. I appreciate that as well. They're not able to find any game along their path, and then they eventually stumble across my boy Elias Machera, aka the OG Wolf Brother himself. And he lets Perrin know that he can talk to wolves, and then he starts taking him towards the south. Now, this is something that definitely threw me for a loop. I remember a lot of you guys were really interested in knowing how I felt about having Elias so early, and it threw me, like I said just now, it threw me for a loop completely. I did not expect it. I didn't know, I'm like, yo, we are, what, at this point, we are 23 chapters in the book. So yeah, we are almost halfway there, but Mans came out in the second season, not the first season. It definitely threw me for a loop to get so much of the second season's story here. Definitely threw me for a loop, and this circles back around to the small rant I went on earlier about Avatar the live act, or about Natla, and how Natla is very similar to Wheel of Time, the Prime Video show, in that way that we are not necessarily introduced. Is that the right word? We are not. Yeah, no, we're not. We're not adapting the entire season wow. I apologize. We are not adapting season by season. We are adapting the entirety of the story season by season. That makes a lot more sense. We're not, it's like, yeah, I guess, it makes sense, but it's like, I also want this to be what I want it to be, not what you want it to be. Not what you want it to be, business people at Prime Video and Netflix. But still, I love seeing Elias here. And I also love how he's just so immediately dropping bombs and telling Perrin the truth and letting him know, no, you're a wolf. You're a wolf brother like me. You can talk to the wolves. Your eyes will glow yellow after a little while. Here's the homie Hopper. We're just really going through. We're not even going through the motions, but he's just laying it out the way it is. And I thought that was just hilarious to me. That guy was just like, yep, this is this is this, and this is that, and that's how that is. Yeah, and that was chapter 23, Wolf Brother. I don't know if you guys know, but 23 is like one of my favorite numbers for real. And I believe that day that happened was on the 23rd. I guess apparently you could toward this. And then we ended this part with another amazing dream sequence. You guys know I love the dreams, man. I love the dream sequence, and this one was an amazing one. And what a way to end this part. Chapter 24, Flight Down the Arnell. Rand dreams of Baalzamon again. Tom pretends Matt and Rand are his apprentices and teaches them juggling and the flute, respectively. They entertain the crew and spot a metal tower with no doors or windows on the bank. Rand climbs the mast and is hit with a wave of giddiness, nearly falling before Tom snaps him out of it. Matt has taken a ruby hilted dagger from Shadow Logoth against Moiraine's warning. So we had so much stuff happening in this chapter, and that's why it was one hell of a way to end the part. Crazy dream from Rand. Hold on, let's read that. Let's read what that dream was actually in chapter 24. There we go. Here we go. So here's this dream sequence in chapter 24. Water dripped in the distance, hollow splashes echoing and re-echoing, losing their source forever. There were stone bridges and railless ramps everywhere, all sprouting off from broad. Flat-topped stone spires, all polished and smooth and streaked with red and gold, level on level. The maze stretched up and down through the murk without any apparent beginning or end. Every bridge led to a spire, every ramp to another spire, other bridges. Whatever direction Rand looked, as far as his eye could make out in the dimness, it was the same, above as well as below. There was not enough light to see clearly, and he was almost glad of it. Excuse me. Some of those ramps led to platforms that had to be directly above the ones below. He could not see the base of any of them. He pressed, seeking forward, knowing it was an illusion. Everything was an illusion. He knew the illusion. He had followed it too many times not to know. However far he went up or down in any direction, there was only the shiny stone, but the dankness of deep, fresh turned earth pre-meated the air, and the sickly sweetness of decay. The smell of a grave opened out of its time. He tried not to breathe, but the smell filled his nostrils. It clung to his skin like oil. A flicker of motion caught his eye, and he froze where he was, half crouched against the polished guard wall around one of the spire tops. It was no hiding place from 1,000 places a watcher could have seen him. Shadow filled the air, but there were no deeper shadows in which to hide. The light did not come from lamps or lanterns or torches. It was simply there, such as it was, as if it seeped out of the air, enough by which to see, after a fashion, enough by which to be seen. But stillness gave a little protection. The movement came again, and now it was clear. A man striding up a distant ramp, careless of the lack of railings and the drop to nothing below. The man's cloak rippled with his stately haste, and his head turned, searching. The distance was too far for Rand to see more than the shape in the murk, but he did not need to be closer to know the cloak was the red of fresh blood, that the searching eyes blazed like two furnaces. He tried tracing the maze with his eyes to see how many connections Baalzamon needed before reaching him, then gave it up as useless. Distances were deceiving here, another lesson he had learned. What seemed far away might be reached by turning a corner. What appeared close could be out of reach altogether. The only thing to do, as it had been from the beginning, was to keep moving and not think. Thinking was dangerous, he knew. Like, holy frijoles, bro. Talk about straight cooking. Oh my goodness. Like, what are we even supposed to do, you know? I also, again, with what I was saying earlier, with it being not eerie, but disorienting, right? Because it's disorienting because it's like, yo, where is he at? Why does it look this way? And then there's terminology that is being used, like he already knows how this looks. The terminology being used suggests that he has been in this dream loop for a while. It's not like when we start interacting with him at that moment, that's not where the dream started necessarily. He had been in that dream for however long, because he already knew that it was wonky. And I don't think that means that he knows it was wonky because he's had that dream multiple times. I feel like it more means that he's been in that dream for a while. So he's been like studying the things that are going on. So that's actually insane that he's kind of just there chilling with Baalzamon, you know? Like, wow. Who'da friggin' thunk? Like, honestly, who'da friggin' thunk it? And then that is part 4, chapters 17 through 24. So now let's go on to part 5, which is basically our chapter 5 will be our halfway point, of course. So chapter 5, part 5 will be our halfway point. So going into chapter 25 and 31, chapters 25 through 31, I mean, Elias and his wolves lead Perrin and Egwene to a camp of the pacifist Tuatha'an, which the Eamon Fielders know as Tinkers. Perrin learns of the way of the leaf from their leader, Rain. Egwene dances with Rain's son, Aram. The Tinker section right here, I like the way the Tinkers are handled. Whoa. I like the way the Tuatha'an Tuatha. Yeah. I like the way that the Tuatha are handled a lot better in the book than I do in the show. And the show, I feel like they're definitely more singled out as being like, I mean, it's like that in the book a little bit too, but they're obviously supposed to be like these like gypsy type people in the show. But in the book, they're still gypsy type people, mind you. But you're able to live with the people more, so you're able to understand. Egwene, again, being very easily influenced, I suppose. She immediately is there rocking with them and dancing and flirting with old boy. And I love how later on she's like, don't tell him that I was flirting. That's awesome. Because it just kind of solidifies the relationship more than it had been solidified before. But we haven't really got to see them be around to each other or together. So we don't really know how their relationship is. So it was really nice to see her be jealous later on. But here it's like, she's very just go with the flow. If this is what's happening, this is what's happening. Like, oh, we're here. We might as well make the most of it. You know what I mean? Like, she's very much more chill. I think she's way more chill. And that's cool. Like, that's cool. But, like, it is what it is. But, she immediately is dancing with them and chilling. And it's like, man, wow. Hey, what? Like, what's going on? I don't know. It was just very interesting. It was very interesting how everything was going on. But then I love that my guy Elias the entire time is like, yo, can we please leave the weirdos at the earliest convenience? I love it. I love that he's like, okay, bro, like, yo, like these people are full of shit. Don't listen to the stuff that they say. Like, they're cool, yeah, but they full of it. So don't let them indoctrinate you, because they get kicked out of everywhere they go because they're trying to steal people's children and indoctrinate them into their ways. I'm like, bro, what? Yo, that definitely was not like given to us in the show. We definitely didn't know that about the Tuatha. The Tuatha were not painted as having, any negative things around them. But in the book, we find out immediately, like, no, they don't have the best reputation anywhere at all. And I guess they do kind of tell us that in the show as well. But you know what I mean? They go to a greater length in the book to kind of let us know, like, nah, man, they're not welcome. They are not welcome. What chapter was that? 25. Okay, and then we go into 26. The Spray arrives at Whitebridge, a city named for a great power. Power made bridge span... What? A city named for a great power-made bridge spanning the river Arenelle. Bail Doman tries to convince Tom to stay aboard, but Tom believes Rand and Matt will need his help reaching Camelin. They learn that the false dragon Logain can channel, but has been captured by Aes Sedai. Yo, how much does it have to suck to be the false dragon, find out you can channel, start turning up, immediately get captured by Aes Sedai? Like, bruh, so close to his goals, and then just all of them just ripped from his hands. You know what I mean? I like this book so much, man. This book is just so fantastic. Truly wonderful book, man. Cannot stress it enough. Like, legit. Tom explains that he had a nephew who died because of Aes Sedai. A Midril then attacks them in the streets, and Tom distracts it so Rand and Matt can flee. They leave him for dead. They leave our boy for dead. Up until this moment, yet again, I feel like this moment, I mean, I know the moment happened before this, but this moment was like, Wow. Tom is not a side character. You know? Like, I know a lot of people knew that before this, but it's like, man's sacrificed himself for Rand and Matt. And he taught them so much along the way. Like, he literally taught them the skills that they used for the duration of their journey to get them from place to place, help them survive, make money, eat food. He taught them the necessary things in order for them to continue to travel without him. And that is what a amazing father figure is. A father figure or whatever is someone who teaches you something that you are able to use once they are gone. You know? I love it. I just love it. It was it's just such a powerful powerful subplot within the story. Super powerful. And then, of course, I love later on when it's like, yo, did you see him die? You know, his friend is like, did you see him die? And it's like, nah. It's like, oh, he ain't dead then. But I help you. Come on. Like, I love that. I love that. I love that. The dedication that they have to each other, the understanding that they have of how they rock and roll. Just, yeah. And that was one of the most awesome ways that a Madral was kind of said to, was introduced, if I'm not mistaken. It was just kind of like he looked away, he looked back, and bro was there or something like that. He looked through the cloud, and suddenly it was like a jump scare. Oh, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. Egwene dances with the Tuatha on again. Perrin dreams of Baalzamon and the wolves, and then Elias decides it's time to leave the Tinker's camp. So we have a lot of stuff going on there. I don't think we got the whole White Cloaks pulling up on the Tuatha on this time. Oh. Yeah, I don't think we got them pulling up on the Tuatha on, which is very interesting. I don't know. Maybe I don't think I'm tripping, but I definitely was like, hey, the thing didn't happen. But I guess they traded Elias for White Cloaks, basically. Chapter 28, Nynaeve, Moiraine, and Lan arrive in Whitebridge and learn of the Madral. Lan tries to send Nynaeve home before she gets hurt because he loves and cares for her. Moiraine hints that she will take Nynaeve to the White Tower, whether she wants to go or not. So this is another kind of pivotal point within the story of Lan expressing like kind of some of his emotions, some of his feelings towards Nynaeve, and then also Moiraine kind of making that decision for Nynaeve of, girl, you are about to become an Aes Sedai. Don't matter what you say, you want to do it, bring your ass, come on. And I love the relationship of Lan and Moiraine with each other, but even more so, I love the way that they deal with other people so differently all the time. And then it's like when Moiraine is hot, Lan is cold. And then when Lan is hot, Moiraine is cold. So it's just a really dope duality between them. And I love to see them working together. And it was also dope to see them work apart in season 2. Going into chapter 29, Eyes Without Pity, Elias takes Perrin and Egwene cautiously across Caroline grass. They barely avoid notice by a flock of ravens. Perrin can hear the wolves. The trio hides in a steading, a place where the One Power cannot touch, and where the Shadow's creatures fear to come. And this is, I don't even think I even realized that they were in a steading at this point. That's pretty crazy. Why did I not realize that? I'm not sure, because isn't the steading the Ogiers' home? Wow, I don't even think I noticed that. I'll be damned. I don't know if I noticed that. Damn, I'm actually pretty surprised that I didn't really notice that the steading was that they were in the place where the Ogiers live, right? I'm not tripping about that, am I? Damn. Chapter 30, though, Children of Shadow. Riders enter the steading. White cloaks sneak their way across Andor, and they spot Perrin, who goes berserk when he feels the death of our good friend Hopper, yo. Oh. Yes. Gone too soon. Hopper. Man, that was super. Yeah, they did us so dirty in the show with that, yo. Perrin wakes up a prisoner. Elias escaped, but Perrin and Egwene are being interrogated by Lord Captain Bornhold, which is freaking wild. And then Perrin is going to be executed for killing 2 white cloaks because they're like, bruv, you went on a murderous rampage because we killed a wolf that was attacking us. You're dead. What the hell is wrong with you? And I think that's hilarious because it's not hilarious, but it is hilarious because they're like, man's just killed 3 people because of a wolf. And then he's like, you killed my friend. And they don't understand it at all. I like that. And then, of course, we end part 5 with chapter 31, Play for Your Supper. Play for your supper, oh bad. Rand and Matt find their way east, working at farms in exchange for food or a place to sleep. And then at the Grinwell farm, Rand pulls out his flute and plays it to much applause. They realize that they can now start being the gleemen that Tom has taught them to be. And that was just it's just amazing, you know. I love even them realizing it. It's not something that they knew inherently because Tom didn't even let them know. He was just like, no. They were like, why do we have to learn if this is fake? And he literally was just like, because you're going to learn. If I'm saying I'm teaching you, you're going to really get taught. And he's really giving them these amazing lessons, not just for life, but also for them to navigate the dynamics of where they are in the world because they have never been at that spot before. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I loved it so much. And that brings us to the halfway point of the Eye of the World. So, let's talk about how we are feeling at this point. You guys let me know how you guys are feeling about this. If you guys have any questions about this portions of stuff that we were just talking about, let me know in the comments and then I will get to all those questions right this second. But first, you already know what to do. I'm Sensei Vito, aka Vane Sensei, and I'm here with my bro.
Yo, y'all already know it's Vane DeVito, bro. We up in here, man. Today we came with a little surprise for y'all, which was a little surprise for us as well. Thanks. And we've been waiting on this surprise. So y'all see it. Y'all see it.
You feel me?
Little delivery box.
We got the little box
from
none other than Glitch Energy, yo.
Yo, big glitch out here. You know what I'm saying?
Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. Shake it like a sauce, shake it like a glitch, shake it like a glitch, shake it like a shake it.
We in there.
Ooh, it smell dumbass good.
Fire? Ooh.
This is the starter kit. I believe it starts at $15. We got the shaker, 5 flavors. I'm not sure if that's how it comes. That's what they sent to us. So we definitely appreciate that. But y'all definitely check it out. Tell us what your favorite flavor is if you've already tried it.
I'm on go mode. I'm on go mode, bitch. I'm on go mode.
Make sure you go get you some Glitch Energy, glitchenergy.com. I mean, go get you some Glitch. Use code VAIN to get you 15% off right now off of your purchase. To go get you some. Use the code. Make it happen, Cap'n. Definitely appreciate all the support coming from y'all there. My fiance gave Baalzamon an F rating after reading Eye of the World because of all the dream shenanigans. Yeah, my man was definitely doing a ton of shenanigans in the dream sequences. He was literally toying with Rand so much. Like, bro, it was crazy. And to think that he was doing that to all 3 of them, it's like, bro, what? What? Like, man, you're just toying up. You're just in people's dreams simultaneously. Just straight up with people for hours in their dreams. Like, what? What the fuck? Why are you doing that? Tom being the only male temporary mentor surrogate to make it to the show just goes to show how they could do much more if they had 10 to 12 episodes per season. Wow, that's a really good point. They could definitely do so much more with literally one more episode and we could have seen them juggling and shit. Like, one more episode, we could have seen them juggling for sure. Like, without a doubt. Because, if you add those episodes, the entire story is different at that point, right? Isn't it wild? Like, isn't that wild? The Tinkers annoy me so bad. Don't get me started. Really, Marisu? Why do they annoy you so much? Why do they? Are you saying that the Tinkers in the show annoy you, or are you saying just overall they annoy you in how they are? Aram does mention the stealing children rumor briefly, but aside from the Illa speech, the show didn't give the Tuatha enough time to give them some nuance. Oh, okay. I understand. So they kind of had to make them the one-trick pony, for lack of better words. I'm curious how you're feeling about Baalzamon. Theories? Do you like him? Is the show getting the villains better or worse? I think in the show, the villains are done a little bit better, in my opinion, only because in the book, I think it's leaning into the disorienting feeling even for the villains. And that's where it kind of throws me off, right? It's like you're disoriented even when talking to the villains. It doesn't really feel, until like maybe right now we're in chapter 30 so far, right? And Baalzamon and Rand's like discussions that they're having, or at least the way that when they're meeting and the things that they're talking about, it's like he's still being very teasy with it. And that's what I kind of was talking about earlier, is in the show, like, even though like we think it's Baalzamon 100%, like to me, I thought it was Baalzamon. I did not think it was, someone else. But in the book, I actually feel like Baalzamon is Ishii. I don't feel like it's Baalzamon, because I feel like the things that he's doing, he's toying way too much. But I don't know a lot about Baalzamon, right? But it just doesn't feel like it's him. It doesn't, I don't even know who he is yet, but it doesn't feel like him. But it also doesn't feel like the Ishii that we got from the show. So that's why I'm kind of confused. And just now, when I was thinking about how was in all of their dreams at the same time, I was like, maybe it's not, maybe Baalzamon isn't just one, like maybe the Baalzamons that they have been seeing isn't Baalzamon, and instead it's just some of the Forsaken taking on his form in the dream realm. But I'm like, I don't even know if that's a thing, so that's probably not what's happening. And then, you know, it's like that. I'm just kind of spiraling with all of the things that it possibly could be. Excuse me. I think there are so many options, and since there are so many options, I am confused. You know what I mean? I'm a little confused about what's going on with him. But at the same time, I still feel like he's hurting them to where he wants them to be. Like, you know? So, yeah. Like, yeah. Baalzamon just means heart of the dark. Humans think it means that's a Trolloc name for the dark one. Doesn't necessarily mean they're right. Just saying. That's dope. I didn't. That's dope. I think. Did I know that? I don't know if I knew that. I feel like possibly someone has said that before. Good lord. Whoa. Damn. Mm. I had no idea how parched I am. They just push the non-violence shtick too far, and they can be judgy about it. It's like Yang Chen told Aang, it is selfish to value your personal spiritual needs over the safety of others. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I dig that. Because they definitely will let all of their homies just die, and they'll just be sitting there, kumbaya. That's like the third Yang Chen reference today. That's wild. Literally, that's wild how much we've been talking about that we have talked about Yang Chen. If I had a nickel for every time we talked about Yang Chen in this live, I'd have 3 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird that it happened 3 times. There's a reoccurring theme in this series that what characters know to be true isn't necessarily the whole truth or even true at all. Facts there, man. Facts there. You are, yes, yes. And then we are luckily treated to that same effect. Man, Lord. I literally was not even tired, and now I am exhausted. I've been live for 3 hours. What? It's been 3 hours? Holy shit. Time flies when you're talking about Wheel of Time. What the? What? I had no idea it's been 3 hours. That is insane. That's insane. I literally blinked and it's been 3 hours. Holy moly. All right. Excuse me. Chapter 32. Four Kings in Shadow. And Four Kings, all but one inn, already has an entertainer. Rand and Matt reluctantly play at the last, where a greedy innkeeper eyes their belongings. A merchant has followed them from Whitebridge. Rand and Matt are locked in a storeroom for the night. The merchant, Hawalgod, reveals himself as a dark friend and offers them power if they submit to the Dark One. Lightning hits the inn, blinding Matt and freeing the boys. They flee into the rain. Like, oh my goodness, that is just what's happening here. That's how I felt there, right? Is that implying that Rand had the lightning strike the building? Chapter 33. The Dark Awaits. The Dark friends chase Rand and Matt out of the next two inns. Unfortunate for them. They just could not catch a break. Oh, wait. What am I doing? I don't need my phone anymore. Rand falls ill and then recovers. The boys hitch a ride on a cart, then try to blend in with people going to see the false dragon in Camelin. And I think this is very interesting because it does kind of mirror what Moiraine told Nynaeve about the exhaustion and fatigue and how the sickness kind of comes out after your channeling. So I guess it is basically implying that Rand is sick from causing the lightning to strike to break them out. I think that's kind of what it's implying. The boys hitch a ride on a cart, then try to blend in with the people going to see the false dragon. I like that. I think this is not the only, but this is one of the many things that we didn't see from the show either. We didn't see nearly as many innkeepers and dark friends in the show, but I really wish we got to see people just kind of turning on them left and right and trying to turn them in and get a reward. Like at every waking moment they were trying to do it, and that was awesome. And then in the last village, Carsford, Rand and Matt see a Madral looking for them. It has offered a reward and supposedly it has offered a reward to them because of what? Oh, because the Heron Mark sword. Okay, that makes sense. The boys hitch a ride with a farmer who tells them all about Andoran royalty. We did get a real big, we got a huge lore dump about them. I'm not going to lie. We did get I think I remember being like, damn, we're learning so much about the Andoran royalty stuff right now. Rand and Matt then arrive in Camelin. And Rand unknowingly wraps his sword in a red cloth that means something way more than he knows. And he was just doing it to hide the heron mark on his blade because he was tired of people legit always pulling him over and being like, yo, who are you? Why do you have the heron mark blade? Questioning him about who he is and what he does. The boys then arrive at an inn recommended to them by Tom, and then they learn that he was once a court bard to the city's ruler, Queen Morghese. So our guy Tom is Timothy Johnson for a reason. It's because he's been doing this shit. Matt then refuses to leave his room at the inn, becoming more and more Schmeagle-like as we go along, and he has been growing more suspicious, like growing more suspicious of people, of everyone that they meet since Shadar Logoth. And then we also get introduced to our good friend Loyal, the Ogier, and he's dope, of course. You know, our good friend. I love me some Loyal. I love me some him. He's awesome. And then he also tells Rand, like, yo, bro, an Aielman that thinks he's like, you know what I mean? He's like, an Aielman that thinks he's from the Two Rivers. How crazy. And then he just immediately knows he's a Taviran. And that, which is a person that you guys all know that bends the pattern into shape. I still don't really understand how he just kind of knew that, but I guess because he is a big magical furry ogre bear monster friend, so he just knows things, and that's okay. I love me some good old Loyal, and I love me some good old Ogier, and I know he studied so much and all of that, but it's just kind of wild. He looked at him and knew. I don't know if he could like see the pattern around him or see the auras or what, but it was definitely wild that he just kind of was like, ooh, the Aielman. Also a Taveran, you know, like it was just like, damn, man knows his shit. Everyone has Atla on the brain. Facts, bro. Atla's on the brain. Tough. Sometimes people will believe true things, but completely on accident and for very dumb reasons. Man, that is a huge fact for sure. You're 100% correct. Rand being sick on the road is him having channeling sickness. Okay. So he did conjure that giant lightning bolt and crash it. That's actually wild. And then we get the long chase, chapter 37. Nynaeve sneaking into the White Cloak camp and cutting their lines, grabbing Bella, and another horse while Lan searches through the tents, showing that they make a good team. And I love the little foreshadowing there that they would need that second horse as well. All of it, just everything that they were doing. Everything they did with this book, everything they did in this section was really, it's like mini foreshadowing. Like this entire, I believe it was this portion or maybe this portion or the one previous to it. It was like a tiny, hey, here's another foreshadowing on what's about to happen next. You know? And then going into chapter 38, rescue child Biar, who believes Perrin and Egwene are slowing them down, suggests that they might be accidentally allowed to escape. A wolf tells Perrin help is coming, and then Lan incapacitates Biar and some of the guards. Perrin and Egwene don white cloaks and escape in the confusion as Moiraine weaves lightning among the tents. Perrin's eyes have now turned completely yellow. So I don't know if it's like the first time you talk to a wolf completely, your eyes go yellow or what, but fire. Definitely interesting that we didn't get to see. Excuse me. No, I guess we did get to see that in the show. Never mind. Never mind what I was about to say. I take it back. Moving on to chapter 39, we got Weaving the Web. Rand attempts to get a look at the false dragon, but a filthy beggar chases him away from the main road. Rand climbs the wall for a better look at Logain and then falls over to the other side. And this is something I believe that they kind of took this moment and mixed it with the Ogier moment that we had earlier in the show. And then we had Rand sitting up on like a ledge, and then within the inside was like the library or something like that. I cannot remember. Can we take a moment to appreciate that Nynaeve is a complete badass, and it has nothing to do with magic powers at this point in the story? Yeah, that is very, very true. That is very true. Nynaeve has been doing her thing, and that's just based off of her being, like you said, a badass. Like, she's just awesome. She's just awesome, and she's making shit happen left and right. And no one's even giving her flowers for it. But she knows that she's the shit. You know what I mean? That's also one of the things that I also like. Like, yes, she's annoying, but if she knows what she's supposed to be doing, if she knows her stuff, and she knows that she's doing something right, she feels good about herself because she don't even need anybody else to commend her type of vibe. And I love that about her. And then we segue into chapter 40, the Web Titans. Rand wakes up in the gardens, and the heir of Andor, Elaine Trakand, and her brother Gawain have discovered him, and then Elaine's half-brother Galad basically snitches on them to the queen. And that was crazy. I was not ready to see Elaine so quickly, man. The show just handles everything in such a smooth manner that even though it's so out of order and so out of context, it still works really good. Really well, actually. But after, Galad, Fruit Galad, da 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 da, yummy, yummy, doo doo doo, snitches on them, Rand is interrogated by Morghese, and then Morghese's Aes Sedai advisor, Alida, as well as Captain General Gareth Bryn. Alida foretells pain and division for the whole world, with Rand at the center. She tries to convince Morghese to take him prisoner, but she's like, nah, he's good. Let him free. Doesn't matter what my trusted psychic advisor has let me know. I'm just gonna believe this random person. Like what? Like what are we doing here? You know? Mm. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Marisu. He fell head over heels for her. Yo, I love that he immediately is like, she's like almost as pretty as Egwene. Bro is so like, I don't want to say so whipped, but he is so enamored that his rating of beauty is on a scale of 0 to Egwene. Like, what? Like, what? That is crazy. I like how Morghese is kind of like gives that like that motherly vibe to Rand right here as well. You know, like I was like, yo, that's awesome. And that's why she like kind of cares for him and tries to give him the benefit of the doubt. You know, and I love how she immediately is like, daughter, that boy don't know nothing about that ribbon he got. Not a damn thing. That had me rolling. Legit had me rolling. And then we finish up part 7 with Rand recounting his adventure to Loyal and the innkeeper, our guy Master Gil. And then Moiraine and the others arrive, and Matt is still under the influence of the dagger, and he tries to murder Moiraine. He tries to murder Moiraine, which was insane. And we can't forget about how he absolutely cooks every single person in the party. Like, all the people that they're with, he absolutely cooks them. He's like, and you ain't got no edges. Your breath never smell good. You know you musty, and you just don't look that nice. Like, he was just going off on everybody, and that shit had me rolling. I can't even lie. I was rolling when he was going off on everyone. I'm really funding those roads and bridges today, ain't I? You're pushing it. You're pushing it, Sue. Oh, 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 Jesus. Why am I so sleepy? I still have a watch party to do tonight. I need to wake that ass up, boy. Matt was vicious. Matt was going off, brother. He was straight giving everyone that work. Unadulterated work at that. And Gawain has the nerve to call Rand an Aiel on his way out. Like, I'm pretty sure Gawain's hair is reddish too, isn't it? Isn't it? Is crazy. But he definitely was talking that hot shit, yo. Sounds like you need some glitch energy. No, I'm just playing. But yeah, you're right, bro. I'm definitely getting some next month. It's been a minute since I had some glitch, and I need to get some glitch quick. Because I've definitely been pulling some longer hours lately with creating all the content and the streaming and the live shows and the content. Yeah, I definitely need it. Lord. And then we move on to part 8, chapter 42 through chapter 47. Remembrance of Dreams, chapter 42. This is where Moiraine is trying to heal Matt of his Schmeagolness with using the Angriel. And I like that. And then Rand finally introduces everyone to Loyal, and our big good friend just starts talking to everyone and dropping knowledge, and he talks so much, and everyone is just completely dumbfounded by him. They're like, yo, what's going on right now? Like, they're like, yo, he's real. I can't believe he actually exists. I can't believe this wasn't actually just a myth or a legend. This is real life happening. That was freaking dope sauce. Definitely appreciated that. And then Matt comes down, and we figure out that he is healed, but he's not completely healed. You know, he's healed, but the dagger, he still got to have the dagger on him or he might die. You know what I mean? Loyal asks Moiraine about a story he heard from the Aielmen about the Eye of the World. They talk about that for a while. Perrin and Egwene heard the same tale of the Tinkerers. Rand, Matt, and Perrin admit to hearing the phrase in their dreams. So now Moiraine is like, holy frijoles. She's like, okay, it's all starting to come together, right? And she's like, you know what? You're here, Loyal, so you know what that means? That means you can take us to Faldera using the ways. So I just, like, yes, like, love him giving us, love them just dropping oodles and oodles of knowledge on us. You know what I mean? Just due to just knowledge. It just works so well. Love that big info dump scene. Loyal is such a font of knowledge. Yeah, he just drops just sheer knowledge on him. Just here's everything that I've ever. This is all the stuff that I've learned in my years of living, and then he just kind of lays it out for him. But they start making their way to Faldara. Loyal explains the ways are no longer safe, but Moiraine is like, hey, yo, we gotta make it happen because we're in danger. And then Rand has another dream. Oh, excuse me. And then this time, Rand has another dream of Balsamon, but now he's bleeding from a wound that he gets. So now we're starting to see the Dark One attack them attack them directly. First it was attacking their mind, then it was attacking like the rats or whatever. I don't even understand what that was about, but I know he controls all things that have an affinity for death. So then we have him actually being able to interact with Rand like via the dream realm, which is freaking wild. Like, the Dark One is so powerful, and I love how he's been like banished to this dream realm, I guess. I'm not sure how that works, but I'm like, oh man, yeah, let's go. And then in chapter 44, Loyal leads Moiraine's party to the Waygate, which is hidden in a cellar, and they step through into the darkness and travel along winding ramps and crumbling bridges. I loved the Waygates. I think they definitely gave us a different vibe from the book than in the show. Like, I think I even said this, that in the book, it gives me more vibes of what was going on with, like, his Dark Materials when they were in, like, the Death Realm. But the Waygates gave me a completely different vibe from that. And I think this, like, falls within a safe place between the two. And you know, I was here. I was here for it. I love the ways. I think we even got to. The one thing I really loved about the ways though was getting to hear the whistling. Like the whistling was hilarious. Like was awesome from Peyton Fane or Padden Fane. And then going out from 44 to 45, this is when we see what follows in the shadow. And a broken bridge forces them to kind of backtrack camp. And then that's when Lan is like, hold up, someone's following us. Moiraine finds out that the Trollocs have been using the freaking ways, which is not something I believe is supposed to be possible. I know that I'm pretty sure the ways work differently in the show from what I remember you guys saying, because like Leandrin, is that her name? She used the ways and I don't think she was supposed to be able to use the ways or something. I can't remember. Yeah, I can't really remember what it was about the ways in the show that was like, nah, this isn't really how they work. Excuse me. Once they are like getting close to their destination though, Rand hears like a ghostly wind called Machinshin, and that shit eats people's souls. Like what? Like what? And then after Moiraine finds out that the way gate is locked, she basically cuts through it and then they get away. And you know, I think in this moment we also see Rand channel in the show. I don't know if he does. No, I think that was later on. There was a dream definitely while they were in the ways though. They exit the ways near Faldara, hundreds of miles from where they started, and Land is welcomed in like royalty. This is where we find out that my guy is the like head honcho in this area, but he doesn't want to be the head honcho. And then we also find out that the person that was following them was Padden Fane. And he's freaking losing his goddamn mind. And then this is when we find out that Lan is the uncrowned king of Malkir in chapter 47. Wait, did I go too far? No. In chapter 47, more Tales of the Wheel. We get a lot of little lore here, a lot of world building as well. Interesting that the show had Lan literally introducing Nynaeve to his entire family at this point, but they're not even really comfortable talking to each other yet in the book. Just thought that was interesting. And then I believe also the ending to the show had the king have a sister that was like a Aes Sedai that was also fighting, and there was like none of that here. So I was actually really surprised that we didn't get any of that stuff. I didn't think all of that was improv, you know? But it definitely was. It definitely was. Excuse me. Yeah, man. I really loved this segment as well because it was like ramping up to the end. It's like, all right, get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Like this part was really like, okay, to me, this part was the part that was like, don't forget this part. Oh yeah, don't forget this. Don't forget this. Like, not in a huge way, but it was like, guys, don't forget all this other stuff that we've kind of been seeding throughout the book, right? Like that's why I really like Loyal, because it's like he comes in and then he basically like is able to learn and recap everything for us while also giving us a brand new streamline of information and lore about the universe. So he's simultaneously being the person that we're teaching things to while we're also learning from him. And I think that just works wonders for this portion of the book, honestly. Many, many wonders. All right. Chapter 48. This is us getting to the last. This is last part. This is part 9, chapters 48 through 53, starting with chapter 48, The Blight. This is us. This is where we see the Fall Darn soldiers heading north to Tarwin's Gap. Moiraine's party slips into the Blight by another way, and then the plant life there is sickly and dangerous. They warn them multiple times not to mess with anything. And then this is where we finally get Nynaeve just pouring out her heart to Lan, who clearly is like head over heels for her right back, but it's like, nah, G, it ain't happening. Like, nope, don't care what you think, don't care what you want. No. It's not going down. It is not going down. That is not my job. And then we go into chapter 49. The Dark One stirs. No matter how much Moiraine is channeling, it doesn't matter. The Blight continues to pull up on them. They're still miles from where Moiraine last found the Eye of the World, because it changes all the freaking time. It should never be in the same place twice. But the Green Man pulls up, the guardian of the Eye of the World, and he's like, how the hell did you get here? He's like, well, Moiraine. Not most people can find me twice. Like, not most people can find this place more than once, but here you are. She's like, yep, well, I got Taverin with me, so makes sense. Weird shit happens when they're around. Like, I love that. I love the nonchalant discourse about something that's going on that's obviously huge. Chapter 51. No, I'm tripping. Yeah, my bad. I'm tired. Oh yeah, they meet the Green Man, and then we go into chapter 50, meetings at the Eye. Wow. This is where really these last three, what was it? These last 4 chapters, my bad, are, you know, they're heart-wrenching. Just like the heart is going through these chapters. Moiraine leads the party inside a hill to a pool of untainted Sidene. two strange men follow them down, introducing themselves as Agenor and Balthamel, two of the Forsaken who were once bound at Sheol with the Dark One. Even Moiraine is no match for two Forsaken. She urges the others not to fight, but they ignore her. I'm pretty sure there's like there's another call here, another like victory scream, or, you know, and they just kind of charge, a victory charge. She urges the others to not fight, but they ignore her. And then the Green Man kills Balthamel, but he is also mortally wounded. And then Moiraine buys time for everyone else to flee. And I believe this is where we get that badass moment of the Green Man basically turning into a fucking huge tree when he dies. Like, it's a huge, gigantic tree that spirals up into the sky and so on and so forth. And it's like at the spot where he died at. And that was just awesome. I remember reading that and being like, oh my God. Yeah, that was freaking crazy. I loved the Green Man, and it was just insane to see how the Forsaken pulled up on his ass, and then it was over. Like, he whooped someone's ass, they whooped his ass, you shall not pass, and then he turned into grass. It was just wild. I was like, whoa. Like, what the hell just happened? And then going into 51, we have Rand being pursued by Agenor. He's literally running for his life. But then they fight over the flow of Saidin from the Eye of the World. Agenor is trying to, you know, grab it. He's trying to hold it, but he can't hold it all. And then he just boom, explodes and bursts into flames. And Rand sees the vision and the battle at he sees a vision of the battle at Tarwin's Gap, finds Baalzamon, strikes him down with the sword made of light, and Baalzamon is apparently defeated here. Rand is so excited as well. He's like, I freaking did it, you guys. I won. I beat the Dark One. Jolly good show. And, you know, we've done it. We've bloody done it. And then he also ends the battle at Tarwin's Gap, if I'm not mistaken. Like, he straight up goes there. People see him as a being of light, and then he just whoops ass, if I'm not mistaken. That's how, at least that's how they made it seem. Is not only did he have a sword of light, but he also was either shining or he was a being of light when the other people were trying to look at him. But I can't remember exactly what the terminology was that they chose to go with. Like, oh my goodness. Like, I just really was not prepared for how insane things would be right here. Like, everyone is fighting, everyone's whooping ass, the battle is crazy, but it's not crazy. And in the show, it was extremely different. Like, the show did not have, well, I mean, it was a huge battle in the show, but we also saw all those, like, all the Aes Sedai basically literally get burnt to a crisp and murdered. And then Moiraine, nope. And then Nynaeve came through and had to heal Egwene. And it was just like, bro, what just happened? That was super just, what? You know, that was insane. I couldn't believe it. It was crazy to see how that went in the show. And then it was even crazier to see in the book. And I know why they didn't do the same thing that they did in the book in the show is because they didn't want to have Rand teleporting around and doing all that extra, because people would have been even more confused as to what the hell was going on. So, going into this chapter right here and seeing him having this crazy light sword and whooping ass, it was just fantastic. It was just fantastic. And to know that he basically stole the siphon that Agenor was trying to use on the untainted Sidene, and then he just kind of took it for himself. Oh, I love it. And that's another thing that I'm not sure if it was in the show or not. Having that untainted source of like liquid Sidene, basically. Like, freaking crazy. Think of all those Forsaken. Think of all the things those two Forsaken have survived in their lives just to be curb stomped by a tree and an untrained youth. Hey, damn, that's hella true. They were like around for like 1,000 years. Like they were just chilling, like they were trapped. As soon as they're free, they thought they was about to handle some shit, and they got handled. They got dealt with like they was playing poker. Like what? It was really crazy. That was crazy. And I wish we got to see the Green Man in the show. And I think it's very possible for us to still see the Green Man, but just in a completely different context that has nothing to do with the Eye World and all that other stuff, Just because they're definitely trying to adapt everything in its own way. I got to give the show a pass for how they handled the ending, given that they had to rewrite it on the fly after COVID lockdowns ended and filming could resume. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. You definitely got to give them that. You definitely got to give them that leeway of, hey, COVID. Because that shit ran rampant. And definitely affected a whole bunch of movies, shows, and basically everything in between. Actually, super surprising how they chose to kind of deal with it and handle it. Um But yeah, yo, I like before we go into chapter 52 and which is the last chapter, of course, I just want to say I was not prepared for what we had, like what had just happened, right? I was like, yo, Rand just wielded a goddamn lightsaber and whooped ass and ended the war single-handedly. What? Like, talk about ill-prepared. I was definitely ill-prepared for that to happen. But it happened. It definitely happened. Okay. Ending of episode 8 definitely makes more sense after you finish the entire story. Okay, I could dig that. Wait, 52 isn't the final chapter. My bad. But going into chapter 52, Rand finds. Oh, that scared me. Rand finds all of his friends injured, but they're alive. He realizes that he's that guy. And he's like, yo, I will not be used as a false dragon because I am the goddamn dragon. Where the eye of the world once laid, they find the dragon's banner, the fabled horn of Valir, and one of the 7 seals for the Dark One's prison broken. Now, this is another interesting one where I remember you guys were told me like the seals are not gigantic sundials, but I kind of really enjoy the gigantic sundial vibe because I like that a little bit more than having them be like little. It's like, oh yeah, you see this seal that I have here in my hand? It's one of the 7 seals that seals the most evil person in the history of everyone, and it is the size of a silver dollar. Like, I don't know, that just seems a little, you know what I mean? I could see why they changed that for the show. So people are like, people aren't going like, that holds the Dark One. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, visual representation definitely matters. So having them be more massive and more not threatening, but basically threatening, it just works a lot. It just works and does wonders. Rand killed the Dark One. We win. Yeah, facts. He's like, I did it, guys. I killed him. And everybody's like, I don't know. But awesome that we also get the fabled Horn of Valir here. Crazy that, also crazy that that's where it comes up at. And they also changed that in the show. I will never forgive how Loyal and all of those people were freaking dead at the end of season 1, and then in season 2 they were just fine and like nothing was said about it. Like, that had me so pressed, bro. I was like, I don't know if any of you guys remember during the watch party, I was like, how are all of these people even alive? They were all laid out on the ground. I'm pretty sure someone was like even stabbed. Everybody was like not moving. And then the next time that we saw them, everybody was just freaking fine with absolutely no explanation whatsoever as to why. That was crazy. I did not understand that. I did not understand why that happened. I'm not going to lie to you. And then we finish it off with the wheel turns. The blight is silent during their returning journey, and spring comes 2 months late. Making up for the lost time, Rand decides to leave his friends behind before he goes mad from the taint of Sidene. Moiraine believes that the true dragon has been reborn. Holy free holies. Like, this was such an amazing, just to say that I enjoyed this would be such an understatement. wouldn't be Wheel of Time without a good fake out or two. I feel that. To say that I enjoyed the Wheel of Time would definitely be an understatement. I do believe that this has been not even one of, this is the best book that I have ever read. And that's not a long list because, like I said at the beginning, I do not think I have I haven't read a lot of books, and the books that I have read, I don't count them as books that I've read because I haven't retained any of the information in a meaningful manner whatsoever, right? So it's like whatever, like it's not, I don't mean that in that way, but it's more like I really don't know how else to say it. But it's like, hey, whatever. Like, oh man, it just did such a wonderful. It did things that I needed to be done, and I didn't even know that I needed them to be done. It's like I didn't even have a idea of what would go on or what would be happening. And somehow the show blew my mind, and then the book exploded my mind. Things are just handled so differently. Some things are handled so much better. And I just really appreciated it all. Okay. Um. All right. It's a good read, mate. This book isn't even the fifth best in the series. LOL. Enjoy the ride. Oh yeah, bro. I'm so excited. The seals are just focal points anchoring the shield over the prison. Think of them more as keys to the cell. I understand that. That actually makes a lot more sense. The seals are the keys. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I dig that. I dig that a lot. Okay. Now, I don't know how much you guys know about Goodreads. I have not had an account on Goodreads until today. I'm actually literally making it right now. I like all this stuff. Business, manga, graphic novels. Yeah, I have not read 20 books, my G. Sorry. All right, this is Welcome to Goodreads. You'll find lots of ways to discover books on Goodreads. Use your Goodreads shelves to keep track of what you've read and what you want to read. All right, got it. Okay. Okay, yeah, we can do that. So let's look for. Oh, I think this should work. No? What? What's happening? Do I do this instead? Is that. Lord. I read it. Gotta add it to the red. We're done. Is that it? Go back. Is that what we gotta do? I thought I could like write a review or something. No? 2 books. I was like, how do I have 2 books? I've only read 1. All right. So I have read this book. I'm definitely going to give it 5 stars. Like, that's a must, in my opinion, because the book was fantastic. And then let's write a review. I actually have the start and the finish dates because of book club. So we started this book 12. No. We started this book on December 2023. Wow, crazy. December 13th of 2023, actually. Done. And then we finished this book February 7th, 2024. So that took about 3 months. Okay. Now, what did I think of the series? Spoilers? Maybe. I don't know yet. Let's get it. I'm going to start writing my review. I had never even heard of the Wheel of Time until Prime Video released the trailer for the show. I host a YouTube channel that does reactions and watch parties. So after the trailer reaction for the show blew up, I knew I was in for one hell of a ride. After finishing the show, I was constantly reminded about how good the books are, but I wanted to stay a watcher, and not ruin the show by finding out the show by reading. I wanted to say a watcher and not spoil, not ruin, and not spoil the show by reading ahead of it. Season 1 was awesome. And I was hungry for more content. And I was hungry for more. Fast forward 2 years later, and season 2 was even better than season 1. And I loved season 1. Once season 2 was completed, one of my mods started up the read the books hype again, and once I was reassured there was no show spoilers from the books, I bought Eye of the World, and we immediately started book club. This book was amazing. This book was amazing. I couldn't believe, I can't believe how excited I've been week after week to talk about this fantastic book. The differences from the show are many, but the book gives so much more depth, understanding, lore, and characterization that found myself confused at the differences in nearly everything. The book going from a watcher to now being a reader has been a crazy experience that I'm truly only beginning whether I have no idea how book book 2 will be, but it's safe to say Wheel of Time book 1 is easily the best book I have ever read. And I'm excited for book 2. Sleep well and wake, everyone. Looking forward to some great hunts soon. Hey, sleep well and wake to you too, ACM. Every time you say you aren't going to read past where they are in the show, I secretly smile to myself. I am going to try my hardest not to do that. I know there's 15 seasons. So obviously at 15 books, so obviously at some point I'm going to have to just bite, be like screw it. Just go ahead and just rock it. Let me read this real quick and see how we're doing. I had never heard of the Wheel of Time until Prime Video released the trailer for the show. I host a YouTube channel that does reactions and watch parties, so after the reaction for the show blew up, I knew I was in for one hell of a ride. After finishing the show, I was pleasantly reminded about how good the books are. I was constantly reminded about how good the books are, but I wanted to stay a watcher and not spoil the show by reading ahead of it. Season 1 was awesome, and I was hungry for more. Fast forward 2 years later, I was hungry for more. Yeah. Fast forward 2 years later, and season 2 was even better than season 1, and I friggin' love season 1. And I loved season 1. Once season 2 was completed, once I completed season 2, one of my mods started up. Okay, once I completed season 2, one of my mods started up the read the books hype again. And once I was. Okay. when I completed season 2, one of my mods started up the read the books hype again. And once I was reassured there was no show spoilers from the books, I bought Eye of the World and we immediately started book club. This book was amazing. I can't believe how excited I've been week after week to talk about this fantastic book. The differences from the show are many, but the book gives so much more depth, understanding, lore, and characterization that I found myself confused at all the differences in, well, nearly everything. Going from a watcher to a reader has been a crazy experience that I'm truly only at the beginning of. That I'm truly only. Oh, no, 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 no. Has been a crazy experience that I'm truly only beginning. I have no idea how book 2 will be, but it's safe to say Wheel of Time book 1 is easily is easily the best book I have ever read, and I'm excited for book 2. I think that's a solid non-spoiler review. Um but I'm gonna go a little bit deeper. I have never been a huge fan of the fantasy genre in the typical fashion. Mainly in the typical fashion. But Wheel of Time tackles the fantasy genre in an almost science fiction type of way. So constantly has it constantly had me engulfed by the history of the world while also being engulfed by the history of the world while also anticipating where the future could lead. A cast of main characters mixed with the uncertainty of a cast that seems to be filled with, and then I'll throw main characters mixed with the mixed with the mixed with the uncertainty of who, what, and where the villain is. kept me so focused on the story that I have never been a huge fan of the fantasy genre in the typical fashion, but Wheel of Time tackles fantasy in an almost science fiction type of way. So it constantly had me engulfed by the history of the world while also anticipating where the future could lead. With a cast of that seems to be filled with main characters mixed with the uncertainty of who, what, and where the villain is, kept me so focused on the story that I feel like it ended before I knew it. Before I knew it. The story is also masterly crafted by Robert Jordan, giving a cohesive story in the book, but leaving an iceberg of story and narrative left, of lore and narrative left to explore. There we go. There we go. I think that's it. Very long, but let's see. Let's read it from the top. I had never even heard of The Wheel of Time until Prime Video released the trailer for the show. I host a YouTube channel that does reactions and watch parties, so after the trailer reaction for the show blew up, I knew I was in for one hell of a ride. After finishing the show, I was constantly reminded about how good the books are, but I wanted to stay a watcher and not spoil the show by reading ahead of it. Season 1 was awesome and I was hungry for more. Fast forward 2 years later, and season 2 was even better than season 1, and I loved season 1. When I completed season 2, one of my mods started up the read the books hype again, and once I was reassured there was no show spoilers from the books, I bought Eye of the World and immediately started book club. This book was amazing, and I can't believe how excited I've been week after week to talk about this fantastic story. I just said book again. The differences from the show are many, but the book gives so much more depth, understanding, lore, and characterization that I found myself confused at the differences in, well, everything. Well, nearly everything. Going from a watcher to a reader has been a crazy experience that I'm truly only beginning. I have no idea how book 2 will be, but it's safe to say Wheel of Time Book 1 is easily the best book I have ever read, and I'm excited for Book 2. I have never been a huge fan of the fantasy genre in the typical fashion, but Wheel of Time tackles fantasy in an almost science fiction type of way. So it constantly had me engulfed by the history of the world while also anticipating where the future could lead. A cast that seems to be filled with main characters mixed with the uncertainty of who, what, and where the villain is kept me so focused on the story that it felt like it ended before I knew it. The story is also masterly crafted by Robert Jordan, giving a cohesive story in one book in in this book, but leaving an iceberg of lore and narrative left to explore. I am going to take this end part right here. And I'm going to put it at the beginning. There we go. Holy shit, I think I almost just closed that out. I probably would have cried if I closed all of this out just now. I have never been a huge fan of the fantasy genre in the typical fashion, but Wheel of Time tackles fantasy in an almost science fiction type of way, so it constantly had me engulfed by the history of the world while also anticipating where the future could lead. A cast that seems to be filled with main characters mixed with the uncertainty of who, what, and where the villain is kept me so focused on the story that I feel on the story that I feel like it ended before I knew it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. The story is also masterly. The story is also masterly crafted. Masterly crafted. The story is also masterly crafted by Robert Jordan, giving a cohesive. The okay. Book one is masterly crafted by Robert Jordan, giving a cohesive story but leaving an iceberg of lore and narrative left to explore. I had never really I had never even heard of the Wheel of Time until yep, there we go. There we go. Yep, I high key think that's exactly what I wanted. And we're just gonna copy that just in case. And then we're gonna click done. Okay. Awesome. And then if I go to my profile, you can see my recently read book. And then you can also see my review on it. That's cool. Oh, this is super cool. That's what's up. Y'all definitely go and follow my stuff. I don't know. I don't even know how that works here. Oh, I can share it. Share, copy, and then X. Not X. No way. Did I never post that? Oh, wow. Rip. Rip. Big rip. Big rip. I can't believe I never posted that. I think I could actually cry. And then paste. Wow. What's happening? Oh, is it not a link? That's dumb. Uh, hey, maybe you could do another audio live reaction for the Great Hunt prologue. I'd love for you to give Kramer's reading a chance. His voice is synonymous with Wheel of Time for me. Oh yeah, that's definitely something that'll happen, Mari Sue. I want to do kind of the same format that we did for this From Watcher to Reader series for Great Hunt. And I think it would actually be awesome to go and do the Kramer one. Oh no. Well, it's all audio recorded. What? What? There we go. Oh, Marisu, I think you are like behind on the. I think you're either behind tremendously or I have too much. Uh, or my latency is like up or something because. Oh yeah, I am streaming at normal latency. I usually do low latency. Maybe that's why it seems like you're. Because to me, it seems like it's been. I feel like everybody's been commenting mad like delayed today, but I think it's just because of what I just said. I don't know if you have a good reads, Marisu, but if you do, I'm trying to have. I got all the reaction things so far. Not the reaction, but the review stuff. I got the letterboxed. I got the TV time. I got Goodreads. I got all of the things. Oh, my phone's about to die, huh? Yeah, it is. Yep, it died. That's okay. I posted it already. I'm good. I don't know why the link isn't posting in the chat though. That's super weird because I know I posted it. Oh, my other comment didn't post either. Interesting. But yeah, check out my Goodreads, check out my TV time, check out all of the things that I got for reviewing content. Tomorrow I'm going to be checking out not Doom, but Dune. I'm going to be checking out Dune tomorrow. So I can't wait to check out that movie. You guys will be able to see my my review for it on Letterboxd and on TV Time. So Star Wars Find a Jew. That can't be what that means. I'm just going to look over that. Yeah, and Goodreads allows you to track your books, your books that you've read, the ones that you want to read, a little bit of everything. And you can also connect your Amazon account to it, so that's a peak. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, well, I believe. Oh wait, do I not know my own password? Wow. I guess I don't know my own password. Oh, I did know my password. Maybe? Yeah. Haha. Go to my profile. There we go. Bam. Yeah, y'all thought you was gonna hold me down, huh? Not today. Bam. Look at that. I knew I could do it. And then click it. Bam. I'll have all that all edited and stuff too. Chico? I didn't even know Chico. The fifth? Oh, there's a lot to edit there. Okay, I'll do that later. Yeah. You sounded like you lost everything you wrote. I was sad for you. I thought I did earlier. I thought I did. I was definitely sad. I won't be able to see Dune this week. Unfortunately, I'm recovering from the flu. Yo, my wife, my kids, my mama, everybody had the flu for like the last 2 weeks. And guess what? I didn't. I stayed strong. I stayed away from everybody. I quarantined myself. I was like, oh, y'all think you gonna take me out? Bro, it's not happening. I took care of everyone. I was masked up, gloved up, showered every day. I damn near was sleeping on the floor in my office. I was like, bro, if I get sick, I'm done for the rest of the year. Like, and that can't happen. I'm on a roll. I'm on a fucking roll. All right, y'all. Well, I definitely appreciate it. It's been an amazing time yet again. The From Watcher to Reader series has been awesome. We will continue our we will continue series 2 with The Great Hunt very soon. I don't know how soon, but we will be completing it very soon. Marisu, just saying, if there was a way to contact each other, you could send me the list of, what you got for me to read and all that, but I know you just gonna comment it on something. Oh, you know what? Let me actually do this real quick, Marisu. I'm gonna do this right now. Because you're the only one in here at this moment. We're gonna come over here and we're gonna go to the studio. Go here. We're gonna grab edit. Yeah, we're gonna grab this. Watch Marisu try to leave now. Next. Visibility. Unlisted. Anyone with the video link can watch it. All right, Marisu. If you are still here, this link is for you and you only. Please copy it. And the comments of this video will be where we can correspond as if it is a DM or something. And no one will be able to have access to it but you and I. Okay? All right, Marisu. Anyone with the link can see the video. It won't appear on my channel. It won't appear in the YouTube search results unless someone adds it to a public playlist, and that will not happen. Copy the link. Open the video, save it, like it, just do something, save it so you can get back to it often. And then I will delete it. I will delete the comment from this video as well. And then that will be where me and you can correspond about different things, whether it be mod stuff, Wheel of Time stuff, anything that's going on. Okay? All right, there needs to be a spot where we can, you're the dopest mod around. We got to be able to talk about different things, especially with how much more book content I'm going to be doing in the future. We got to be able you know, go back and forth and just have, you know, and chat about different things. And you can be like, yo, sensei, read this, or maybe we can change this or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, we need to have the communication. So jump on there. Let me know. It should work. Everything should be good to go. Yeah, like I said, it should work. It should be good to go. Hopefully, I'm not sure though. I've never done anything like it, so I hope it works for you, Mari Sue. Oh, my phone's dead, so I can't even check. If you don't go on there and say something, then I know it's just me, and then I'll leave you alone. You feel me? I'll know that it's me. I'm the issue, and then I'll leave you alone. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but it's all love, and I definitely hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their day. I'm removing the link now from it, so anybody that's watching on the rewatch, don't think you can just jump in to our combo or nothing. I will delete your ass from there. No, I'm just playing, but for real. Definitely hope everyone has a good rest of their day, night, week, and etc. So on and so forth. This From Watcher to Reader series has been amazing. I did not know I was about to be live for 4 hours and 45 minutes, but it makes sense. I mean, I did know, but I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? But I love this book. I had a great time talking about it. I'm going to be watching Halo tonight as well in like 30-45 minutes. So if you guys want to come back for the Halo watch party, I'll be here for that as well. But if you're not here, then I'll see you on the next thing that we do for Wheel of Time, or for our next book club, whichever it is. I definitely appreciate each and every one of you guys. And as I always say, I hope you guys have a fantastic day. And don't forget to stay awesome, stay nerdy, and stay marvelous. Excelsior.
If you guys would like to support Marv Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties.
We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one.
Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.